Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOPS. It'll give us a fund manager's perspective. And then Bruno Mwemba, Technical Advisor on Environmental Finance, Africa Region, Biodiversity Finance, BioFin at the UNDP, will also share perspectives, I think mostly from a natural capital biodiversity dimension. So that is the panel that we have. And as I said, 1 hour. So without a lot of losing a lot of time, I want to invite Mark for his presentation. So we have 15 minutes for that.
Great. Thanks very much, Dr. Asano. It's lovely to be here. Good morning, everyone. We're glad to have the morning session. Everyone nice and wide awake. I'm going to go through the slides relatively quickly. There's a lot of content, so please do come and chat to me afterwards if you want to discuss more, or any of the people on the stage. I'm going to start by stating the obvious. I think we're facing global challenges that require global solutions. The interconnected nature of our societies, our countries, our economies has never been more apparent than it is today. And the decisions and trade-offs that we have to make have perhaps never been more complex. So what do ESG and the pension fund industry have to do with this? Well, given the importance of the pension fund industry in our economies and the global momentum around ESG, it's useful to understand how these two intersect and to explore why we believe incorporating ESG into pension fund regulation is an important exercise. Not just important for sustainability in general, but also for our economies and at a pension fund level to ensure we fulfill our fiduciary duty. Allow me to briefly introduce ESG to set the scene. Apologies for those of you who are familiar with the concept. Very simply, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance, the three buckets that you see on the slide. It refers to three elements that provide a framework for understanding the impact and risks of an organization beyond its financial performance. So not just looking at the financial numbers, looking more broadly than that. And each element represents a collection of related concerns, and there really are a range of factors commonly considered under each, as shown on the slide. Partly because of the context-specific nature of these factors, understanding and measuring ESG can be complex, and I'm sure many in the room have found that it can be confusing. The country, the political and regulatory environment, the sector that you're in or the industry, the socioeconomic conditions, the size of the operations, the business model, your employees, all of these things can impact the type of ESG risks, the materiality of those, and the relative importance of them to an organization. For many of us, ESG really does seem to have come out of nowhere and ascended very quickly, but it's actually been building really for decades as a confluence of a number of forces. For example, the climate crisis, social business models, and the changing role of business, and others. And it's from the same family as concepts that we're very familiar with, things like sustainability, corporate impact, impact investing, and shared value. But as a result, it tends to mean different things to different people. And although initially used in the investment industry, it's now much broader. It's become a global framework used across sectors. In the investment space, it's useful to distinguish it, as you can see on the slide. I hope the text isn't too small, as a language or an approach to investing. So there remain investment products in the market that you'll see that are listed as ESG. Many people commonly refer to ESG investment as a type of investing. But the definition of ESG that I think we should be using is broader than this and really refers to a set of principles and approaches. And for me, all investment categories should be considering ESG. I think understanding environmental, social, and governance risks should really be part of an investment due diligence process. It shouldn't be something that's seen as additional or separate. It should be integrated and part of it in the same way that you do a commercial due diligence. Additionally, I think while the primary focus of ESG historically has been on ESG risks and mitigating those, ESG is equally capable of delivering positive impact, and I think we shouldn't forget that. However, when we look at risks, we look across all three, E, S, and G, but typically the opportunities for positive impact will come primarily under the environmental and social pillars, And I think for us on the African continent, that represents a massive opportunity as well. So not just the risk, but the positive impact. A major source of confusion in recent years has been the proliferation of ESG reporting frameworks, standards, principles, and initiatives. If I can get my next slide, let's see. Many have found this overwhelming. So these are just a few of them on the slide currently that you can see. It's worth noting, though, that many of these are implicitly, if not explicitly, aligned with one another. And they certainly aren't as disconnected as they first seem. And there is starting to be some consolidation in the space and some gravity. So many of you will have heard about IFRS S1 and S2. There does seem to be some gravity building around those and others. So it's not as complex as it seems. It's not as complex as many consultants trying to sell work will tell you. But it has resulted in some pushback. So I've gone 2 slides ahead. Because of the volume of frameworks and kind of this overwhelm of information, ESG has been kind of pushed back on by many people and many organizations. It's also run into many other challenges. It's important to note these, and these have really dominated the media. In the US, ESG has been politicized, and it's been conflated with climate absolutism and corporate wokeism. Corporate greenwashing, of course, has been a major point of contention. ESG has also suffered from branding challenges, with many treating it as a global north invention forced on the global south. It's been conflated with other topics like sustainability and CSI and CSR, ENS impact and others, and that, of course, leads to confusion. And there have also been some very reputable voices suggesting that we only focus on the E, and within that only focus on emissions. So there was an Economist article in 2022 which spoke about that. But really for us, and certainly for us in Africa, this risks not fully acknowledging the complex socioeconomic conditions that we operate in. And not doing that means that we can't really articulate the trade-offs and make good decisions. So while many of these concerns are certainly valid, and there is a clear need for me for ESG to evolve and improve, our position really is that ESG is here to stay. Even if the name changes, this momentum around the need for climate, environment, and social protection, regulation, legislation, reporting, transparency is not going to go backwards. Additionally, we know investors increasingly are looking for ESG. Stock exchanges, regulators are planning and implementing around ESG. Staff and shareholders like ESG, and they're increasingly holding companies accountable for transparency and for managing and mitigating ESG risks. Young talent entering the market want to work with companies with a purpose. They expect companies to be leaders on social and environmental issues. Even for me, when we recruit within Genesis, the last couple of years, we've seen a massive increase in candidates coming to us asking about, what is your purpose? What are you doing about environment? What are you doing about sustainability? What are you doing about social impact? 5 or 10 years ago, that wasn't the case at all. So we're seeing if we want to attract the best talent from the best universities, we need to be able to articulate these things as an organization. And finally, whether you like it or not, ESG will be imposed on you in some way by northern markets. So some key trade partners for Africa are increasing ESG-related regulations and requirements. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, which has recently come out, is an interesting and topical example of that. And of course, any company wanting to do business with these markets will need to adapt and adjust. There are, of course, consequences for these in our country. Does that sound still okay? Some of the compliance pressures will be passed on down the supply chain, and SMMEs, smallholder farmers, etc., will need a lot of help to meet the costs of compliance. So we need to adapt. We need to support them. We need to support our economies. And ESG is a mechanism through which we can do that. Furthermore, my view is that for us in Africa, ESG has definite value. Sorry, it keeps clicking through a couple of slides at a time. There you go. For us in Africa, I think ESG has definite value, but only if it's well used, and I think we can use this very strategically. It helps align us with global regulatory trends. It increases the likelihood that we can access capital from more diverse sources. It serves as a common umbrella and a common language to allow us to cooperate and coordinate activities to address truly global challenges. It encourages accountability and transparency. It helps remove blind spots, so it helps make our risk mitigation and management processes better. It ensures a holistic view that articulates trade-offs, particularly on things like investment decisions, and it encourages a long-term sustainable view of risks and impact. I think from a regulatory perspective, the focus historically has, of course, been on governance, and that's well established in most of our countries, and certainly well regulated for. And even before ESG was a common term, governance was already well established. So in many countries, corporate governance guidelines, anti-corruption, whistleblowing, etc., have been requirements for some time, especially for listed entities. As we've seen in recent years, the environmental and social pillars have of course grown in importance, but it's important to note that in many cases, companies already include social and environmental considerations in existing policies or acts or guidelines. So it's not always completely new. So for regulators and those involved in the industry, it's important to look at global best practices. Some of these I've put on the slides are examples of that, but also look what's in place at the national level, because it's often easier to build on an existing piece of regulation and build on existing considerations than to create something new. Turning to pension funds specifically, they of course play a critical role in our countries and economies. They have a fiduciary duty and mandate to act according to the long-term interests of beneficiaries. And my position is that ESG issues cannot be ignored in the execution of this duty. They have a notable impact on investment portfolio performance. They're important to investment analysis, and they help us articulate trade-offs and make capital allocation decisions. And in fact, from my experience looking at this in pension funds, many pension funds may find that they already are doing this, even if they don't call it ESG. They're doing this as part of regular operations, policies, and practices. We also think that it will help pension funds with the transparency and communication with stakeholders, including with members. We think considerations of ESG will help with risk management and investment practices, with building funds' reputation locally and globally, and enabling improved decision making. It's important to think about this both within the fund, so what can you control in terms of your internal operations, your policies, your practices, but then also, of course, within the portfolio of investments that you look after. As we mentioned earlier, in the African continent, the ability to make the kind of decisions described above is disproportionately important. We've got complex socioeconomic contexts, we've got significant climate-related risks, and a range of other challenges, and ESG helps give us a language and a framework within which we can articulate some of those. Crowd in capital that we need, both locally and internationally, and address some of these challenges and issues. So very quickly going to take you through a brief case study. In 2023, FSD Africa and Genesis began working with pension fund regulators and supervisors in Ghana, Kenya, and Nigeria, and really trying to answer three questions. First of all, what's the status quo? Secondly, how can pension funds better integrate ESG considerations into risk management and decision-making processes? And thirdly, how can pension regulations and policies integrate ESG considerations? So this yielded a bunch of outputs. The ultimate one was a kind of roadmap leading towards voluntary and subsequently mandatory disclosures. And I must compliment my counterpart, Amos Mugi, and the FSD Africa team, as well as the pension funds, the regulators, the supervisors, the associations that we engaged with. We really found the engagement very strong in all three countries, and it helped us get to the point where we understood clearly what the issues are and what the challenges are. And we realized that, when you are giving guidance to an industry, that guidance, it needs to be practical, it needs to be clear, it can't be overly burdensome. So adding unnecessary additional requirements alienates your stakeholders. So what we rather sought to do was honestly understand the issues and the challenges, communicate the benefits to them of ESG. So for example, we built a self-assessment toolkit for the pension funds. And the idea with the self-assessment toolkit was very much for pension funds to use this as an internal mechanism to do a kind of gap analysis and opportunity identification, but also to see what aspects of ESG they were already doing, because a lot of pension funds, as I mentioned, already are doing things, even if they don't call it ESG. It It also has a range of benefits. We think it's important to align with global standards and emerging best practice around ESG. It's important to be able to communicate ESG and impact to members. It's important to identify gaps and opportunities and articulate the kind of trade-offs and decisions that we make. I think increasingly for capital allocation and investment decisions, the accountability is only going to increase, and we need to be able to say why we've chosen to pick an investment or not. I think that's going to be critical in the future. And being able to communicate additionality of these to all stakeholders, I think, is important. To close then, just to share 4 high-level lessons learned while we did this. There's been so much good work done globally in developing ESG and sustainability frameworks, standards, metrics, and principles. These are often excellent resources, but they must be used with the consideration of the country context. So use them, build on what's already there, and build on what's already existing in your countries. And it's often much quicker to take that approach than to build something new or to reject some of the international guidelines completely. When working within an industry or a sector, it's important to seek to understand the concerns first. So for pension funds in Africa, there are genuine and very valid concerns relating to things like data availability, relating to the supply of green or ESG investment options available in the market, and relating to an increased compliance burden. All of these need to be considered as part of any regulatory or supervisory intervention. Thirdly, awareness creation, training, industry engagement are critical. You need to work together towards a common goal, and people need to be given the opportunity to engage, to debate, and to interact on these issues. And finally, jargon needs to be avoided in all engagements. You need to explain concepts like ESG to people using their own language and context. So for us, when talking to pension funds, we would speak about fiduciary duty, we speak about investment due diligence, and we speak about risk management and show how ESG engages and interacts with those. I think as soon as you come with too much jargon and complexity, you alienate people, and then you don't reach the overarching goals. So thank you. I know that was very quick. Please do come and find me if you do have additional questions, and I'll hand back to Dr. Asano and the panel.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark, and you're on time as well. So I'd now like to invite David Ashakbo to make a very brief presentation, 5 minutes, on EFAC.
Thank you, Evans. Let me begin by thanking APSA, the board secretariat, for giving me the opportunity to speak about the work that we're trying to do with AFAC. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Mark. You've set this up. You've set me up very nicely. If I can just get this to move. Right. So it's a very long presentation, but I'm only going to go through 3 or 4 slides, because Mark has actually set up a lot of the background. So I'm just trying to get to the slides that I need. Voila. Oops. Yeah. Right. So what is AFAC? AFAC is the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, established by the AFDB in 2018, and it is a voluntary Pan-African network of financial institutions collaborating on climate change. And the whole point of AFAC is to address the African financial sector's barriers to climate-sensitive climate allocation, and I'll come back to that in a minute. How does AFAC work? AFAC, really, what we didn't want was for AFAC to be the AFDB or our partners or anybody else saying to the African financial sector, this is what climate change means to you, this is what you must do about it. So we wanted AFAC, and we still want AFAC to be an industry-owned, industry-driven initiative that brings together all the pillars of the African financial sector, as you can see on the slide here. As I say, we launched AFAC in 2018, just before COVID. It was end of 2018. So by the time we got things up and running, COVID hit. So we took a bit of a hit, had to slow down a bit. But we did launch a new strategy last year. at the African Climate Summit in Nairobi, and that strategy has 5 pillars, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. And basically the vision is to drive capital and financial services in a direction that supports the Paris Agreement's goals of making financial flows consistent with pathways towards low emissions and climate resilient development in Africa. So as I say, we have 5 pillars. The next slide has more detail on those, so maybe I'll just go to that. Right, so the first pillar is really about leadership and awareness. And again, Mark mentioned this. And this is at 2 levels. First of all, it is ensuring that financial sector actors and policymakers are aware of the effects of climate change on their economies. So looking at it from not only from a risk perspective, but also from an opportunities perspective, as Mark says. And I think leadership and awareness at 2 levels. First of all, internally, and when I say internally, I mean within the African continent, within the African context, but also, importantly, ensuring that the African financial sector is mobilized and has inputs into all the international discourse on climate change and its impact on the financial sector. Why? Because if we don't, at some point, we are going to have to adapt to international regulations, and if those are developed without any input from us, then we find that the regulations do not take into account the specificities of the African context, and more importantly, our development needs. And I think a prime example of that is what happened with the anti-money laundering regulations. And so if we are not careful, this whole climate issue could become another barrier to finance rather than enabling more finance flows. Second pillar is access to data. So ensuring that the African financial sector has access to accurate and comparable data on climate risks and opportunities. Why? Because without data, how do you know what you're doing? How do you measure? How do you know what you're measuring? Third pillar is around climate risk regulation, so facilitating the development of effective climate risk regulation suitable for the African continent. And there I'll emphasize 2 words, effective and suitable, right? So it's not just about taking international regulations and pasting them in the African context. It is saying, what do we need in Africa? What is applicable to us? What is best for us? Fourth pillar, is around climate risk management, which is all around building the capacity of the African financial sector at all levels. So regulators, policymakers, banks, etc., pension funds, fund managers, etc., with tools to identify and manage physical climate risks and transition risks. So understanding what is the climate risk of my portfolio, what climate risks am I taking, how do I assess the climate risks in the context of my due diligence, what are the tools and methodologies that I need to adapt to those. The 5th point is a really important one, and that is really about taking advantage of the huge opportunities that Africa offers for green finance. And again, Mark did an excellent job of highlighting those, but it's all about driving capital. How do we identify how do we identify and deploy innovative approaches to mobilizing climate-sensitive financial flows for the African continent? Again, as Mark says, there's a lot of this already going on in the African continent, but perhaps we do not recognize it as green finance. So first of all, taking stock of what we're doing. Secondly, how do we support the African financial sector to mobilize and do more in this area. These are just some of our implementing partners. I'm not going through the whole presentation, but I'll leave it for distribution because there's a lot more background in terms of our structure. Yeah, that's the slide on structure. Right. Just to give an idea of to be more concrete about what we're doing, some of the work that we're doing in AFAC. In terms of leadership and awareness, it's about speaking at events like this. We've also done a lot of capacity building. We've done webinars, I think, for over.
Just went up. Sorry. Time, just.
Yeah. This is my last slide.
Okay. Thanks.
So, leadership and awareness. We've done webinars, training for about. I think we've had over 1,000 participants in the last year. I will pick on access to data. So we are currently launching work to develop an ESG taxonomy for the African financial sector. That work is beginning now. We are putting together a working group to support us on that work, and we're very much hoping that APSA will agree to join that working group so that we can have perspectives from the pension supervisors and the pension industry. Green finance, we're doing technical assistance for Tanzania Agricultural Development Bank to do a climate risk assessment, and also technical assistance to a number of institutions to set up green funds. So I'll stop there. The presentation, as I say, will be distributed, and I'm obviously happy to take any questions either on the panel or afterwards. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you very much, David. And thanks, Mark, as well, for setting the scene. So with the scene set, I want to go to Sanchia to give us a perspective from a regulator, the journey on ESG, and then maybe you can focus on disclosures, because disclosure is very important. And then you can also maybe mention a little bit about the Article 28 and how that is driving investments into ESG-related investments.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Evans, for that question. So, what made it significantly easier for the Retirement Fund Supervision Division at the FSCA to embark on the sustainable finance journey was Regulation 28. So, Regulation 28 provides asset spreading requirements for retirement fund investments. Its aim is really to protect members' retirement benefits by limiting fund exposure to specific assets or asset classes. Now, just to give you an idea of the current limits that we have, funds can hold 100% in cash, 100% in debt instruments issued by the Republic of South Africa. If that's not the case, then the limit is 75%. The limit is also 75% for equities and 10% for commodities. So those are just some of the overall limits. Regulation 28 was first promulgated in 1962 and was substantially revised in 2011. This revised Regulation 28 promotes responsible investing for retirement funds, and it also requires retirement funds to have an IPS, which is an investment policy statement. And what is quite important is it requires boards of management of retirement funds to consider ESG factors before investing in an asset. Now, a few years had passed and the FSCA realized that maybe there's a bit confusion when it comes to these provisions. So we published a guidance notice in 2019 just to provide guidance to retirement funds on how they should comply with the provisions of Regulation 28. To facilitate investment in sustainable economic development, Regulation 28 was recently amended. It was in 2023. This was quite significant because it introduced a definition for infrastructure, and it also set a limit of 45% for infrastructure investment. What it also did was it split up the hedge funds and private equity, which had a combined limit of 10%. Private equity now has a separate and higher limit of 15%. When it comes to disclosure, our biggest challenge was lack of data. Lack of data of responsible investing of retirement funds. So what the FSCA did was we published a survey in collaboration with the IFC, which is a member of the World Bank, and we required retirement funds to complete this survey in 2020, and they did so between January to August of 2020. It was quite disheartening because we didn't receive a lot of responses, about 139 responses, but what made us comfortable was the fact that these respondents represent 74% of assets under management. What the survey revealed to us was that 40 billion rand was invested in green assets. 81% of the respondents invested in renewable energy. What was quite heartwarming and really showed that the guidance that we published in 2019 was quite needed was the fact that 99% of these respondents did have an IPS, an investment policy statement, which took ESG factors into consideration before investing in these assets. 82% also indicated that they are quite willing to allocate more funds to sustainable finance. Now, the challenges that came forth in this survey is the lack of standard definitions and common understandings. And this was solved when National Treasury published our first ever South African Green Finance Taxonomy in 2022. Another challenge was the lack of pipeline. Now, at the FSCA, we have a Sustainable Finance Steering Committee. There are 5 pillars, and one of the pillars is market development, and they will be looking at how they can support the industry when it comes to the pipeline. Another challenge was also capacity building. Now, at the FSCA, we've been quite fortunate that the IFC has held our hand for a number of years when it comes to capacity building within the organization. We have hosted a number of workshops for the Retirement Fund Supervision Division, which has been quite helpful in this journey. The opportunities really come from the challenges, which is quite ironic because once you have a green taxonomy, it really allows for a harmonized reporting and monitoring of sustainable investment. Another opportunity is also the fact that there's appetite for sustainable investing in retirement funds industry. Just to close off, the FSCA is taking IFRS standard disclosures as well as TCFD recommendations into consideration, and we're going to put this into our annual financial statements, and retirement funds would be required to report on this, and this will help us track sustainable finance investments. And that's it from me.
Thank you very much. That's very comprehensive. Thank you very much. Oguche, let me turn to you. Speaking on behalf of fund managers, how do you balance the need for generating returns and integrating ESG? Do you see that those two as conflicting? I know when most of us were in school, Finance 101 told us risk-adjusted returns, but now we are being told integrate ESG, be responsible investors, invest sustainably, consider impact investing and all that. But how do you see the challenges and opportunities from a fund manager's perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. I think, I like Mark's slide. There just seems to be a framework overwhelm, right? One day you hear IFC, OECD, AFGB, there just seems to be so many things to comply with, and you probably stick to what you know. From a fund manager's perspective, like you said, most of us were trained to beat the markets, beat your peers, and now we're being told to do something else. We're going to try and help the environment, and I'm like, I'm not an environmentalist, I'm not the government, I'm a fund manager, right? And I'm answerable to my trustees, answerable to contributors, and they want super returns, because if not, they'll go to another fund, right? So I think what will help is a framework across board, right, which is standardized, and I'm happy South Africa is trying to do that so that everyone reports. One pension fund told me, well, I would like to focus on ESG, but my competitors are not. So in a sense, I'm being punished if I'm trying to do that. So if there's a standard framework across board, I think that will help. Another thing that will help is a stewardship code, right? Because it might not necessarily be pension funds investing in environmentally friendly transactions, but if the companies we invest in, if we specify that they flow within a framework, then that helps. I think on the long run, if from a regulatory point of view and the contributors' point of view, if there's a push there, then there could be a level playing field. But if it's from the fund managers, trying to do it from their end, it's probably going to be difficult. So I think to the regulators, it's really a framework that is standardized and that helps them to see, and the overwhelm is overwhelming. Forgive the tautology.
No, thank you so much. So you're looking at the regulators to regulate you, yeah? So to what extent, well, maybe this will come as a question, how you can, as an industry, self-drive towards this. But let me pause there and just turn on to Mtumboi. You work a lot with the SMEs. How do the SMEs see opportunities in the ESG? And then, of course, there's the elephant in the room, which is the CBAM. Are they aware? And how are they positioned themselves around that?
Thank you, Doc. And maybe just also to take this opportunity to really thank you for a fantastic association and also for the subject matter, which I am extremely passionate about. I just thought I'd put this at the top, that when we look at SMEs, and yes, I do work with SMEs, but I like to actually, especially if you live in a country like Zambia, I like to just remind all of us that one way or the other, we're all SMEs. And so as we articulate this point, I am considering each one of us to be part and parcel of that. Your question, Doc, of how SMEs looking at the opportunities and challenges that present, I think firstly, it's also important to agree with what Mark presented, that we're not really starting from scratch in terms of the agenda on ESG. And in fact, the more you think deeply, we basically have always practiced some levels of sustainability. I always remember gardening with my late mother, where the principles, the ethos, were basically sustainability without really knowing that was what the emphasis was on your crop rotation, on trying to make sure that you are using organic manures. We never saw fertilizer, to be honest, for a very, very long time. And even the villages that lived off hunting, they basically knew that there was a time to hunt and a time to allow the animals to increase. So for all intents and purposes, as SMEs, as individuals, we've basically known these ethos, but I think what indeed we are emphasizing, even with SMEs, for those of us that work with SMEs, is to basically state that we want to be super intentional so that we can go back to some of those good sustainable practices that we've lost along the way. And secondly, to address the unsustainable practices that we've either created or adopted from other spheres. To be specific in terms of the opportunities, And maybe just also, let me just state that for perspective, I actually work for a not-for-profit institution that works with the private sector, specifically the small and medium entities. And our role with SMEs is basically to provide technical assistance. We catalyze them for good ideas. We link them to markets with a view that they are creating sustainable jobs and with that, creating sustainable businesses. The opportunities in the Zambian space that I see, I'll talk about briefly 4 of them: economic and environmental benefits. And here, what we're seeing is an opportunity for making revenues for women, for youth, is basically various value chains within the circular economy, for example. And there what we're seeing is things like waste management. There's more emphasis around that as the awareness as a reason, and also the manufacturing around recycling, sustainable agriculture inclusive. In fact, the EU recently did a study where they scoped what sort of opportunities lie within the circular economy, and for Zambia, the opportunity was north of $712 million, thereabout. So just that sort of information is strategic for any SME because it tells you where some low-hanging business opportunities lie. One of the clients that we supported with a very simple machine, a baling machine, where she's basically based at one of the border cities, Kasumbalesa, for those of you who are from here, and she collects these plastic bottles, cleans them a little bit, and crushes them, bells them. You will not imagine how much money that is, because for her, actually, she's got an export market for that. She's not processing that, she sends it off, and the driver who had once escorted the team to go and see her was so amazed to hear how much she's making on a weekly basis. All those are opportunities for SMEs. I will talk about the opportunities that lie within servicing initiatives that the private sector is driving on the back of them trying to align with ESG. For example, in Zambia, we've had a rainfall crisis, and with that, we've had power crisis. And so many businesses are transitioning into solar business, for example. Those opportunities, again, they lie for the SMEs to grab those opportunities. I'll give also another example of some of the benefits with respect to policy. It's something that we are seeing in the Zambian landscape. We're actually very lucky because we basically have an entire ministry that was created to drive the ESG agenda in Zambia. And the opportunity that presents for an SME is to be part and parcel of conversations. The conversations that are now designing the frameworks within which we're expected to report. And again, Mark did say, one way or the other, whether you like it or not, you will have to integrate ESG. And so just being part of that policy is extremely important.
Thank you so much, Mtumbo, and I like the examples that you provided. So it's not just all about risk. I think in the context of Africa, it's a lot more about opportunities, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So let me turn to Bruno. I mean, I've not heard anything about natural capital, biodiversity, and all that, and it seems to be forgotten, yet it's very important for Africa, yeah? And the financial sector. So maybe you can shed some more light around why we should be thinking about that too.
Thank you. Good morning. When you speak last, you know, you are almost tempted to say as above, you know, to respond to, but since I'm already here, I may as well speak. Thank you. It always happens that the conversation around biodiversity and natural, you know, capital is important in this kind of discussions, and it's just apparent that I have a bit of Green Finance 101 as my starting point to indicate that when we talk about the environmental issues, we've got 3 Rio conventions, right? So we have a convention on climate change, one on biodiversity conservation, and one on land degradation. And so as the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, now covering about 132 countries, literally the entire Africa except for Eritrea, one of the things that we're actually looking at is to try and mainstream green finance in totality, not just climate issues, picking up all these other pieces in the financial sector, including, of course, the pension sector. And I think, Evans, you mentioned the issue of the risk-adjusted returns, which is basically founded in, corporate finance 101. But I must indicate that we shouldn't be separating the issue of risk, the nature-related risks as something that is separate from this carton of risks. In my view, we shouldn't be separating, these aspects, given that Mutumboy indicated we are actually now seeing, the symbiotic relationship between the financial sector and the exposure to nature. So this is actually a very, critical, aspect. And as Biodiversity Finance Initiative, one of the things that we're actually doing now in quite a number of countries is to undertake, country-specific studies for the financial sector to really understand the interdependencies between the financial sector and nature, so that then this becomes a package as part of, your regulations, and other mitigation, measures. But I must also indicate that in terms of opportunities, in most of the strategies now, we've actually put that, we are responsible, investors. But I think it's high time we actually started working that, as opposed to just keep these things in strategic plans. So that, for me, is a huge, opportunity. And we are also developing different instruments. If you go on the Global Biofin website, we actually have put about 150 different green finance solutions. Just find time to go to our global, website. And you will note that one of those instruments that we're working on is obviously green bonds for nature. In Zambia, I think we've made quite some very significant, progress. And I'm glad to report that just about 2 months ago, we actually invited some of the local pension investors, including NAPSA, to look at one of the assets on the Copper Belt Energy, where we did, where the CEC issued a tranche $200 million, facility, and that is quite a huge opportunity, for the pension, funds to get involved. Except, I think there's a few juicy things that emerged in our interactions with the pension funds, and one of those was obviously the issue of the FX, exposure. But secondly, also, pension funds usually operate on classical, corporate finance or balance sheet financing. And I think the asset we're talking about was just barely 6 months, and most of the pension funds were not ready to get involved in these kind of nascent, investments. So I think we have room to really readjust how we approach these investments, but we're also willing to invest quite a lot in creating awareness, so that the pension sector can actually fully understand, most of these instruments and the nature of the risk, because you guys obviously operate much more on risk and return, issues. And as Biofin, this is where we are actually contributing quite a lot. Also in terms of data and measurements, there was a mention of the taxonomy. We are actually developing a taxonomy for Zambia, and we're actually taking lessons from South Africa, given that the feedback that we got from BASA was that the taxonomy that was developed for South Africa was actually quite very Eurocentric. And so we're actually very cognizant of that fact to make sure that we Zambianize, Africanize most of these, instruments that we are creating. Thank you.
So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bruno, for that. I think we now have a very good perspective on the ESG issues, and much more so, I think, the investment opportunities that arise thereof. So it's not just about risk. I think there's much more opportunities for investment as well. Now, with that, I think I want to open the discussion to the floor. I don't know whether there are any comments or any questions to the panelists, maybe very specifically. A comment is also welcome. Oh, I think I can see we have a number of questions on Slido, but I don't know whether we should take one from the floor before we go to Slido, or should we use this? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the first question is around how many pension schemes are actually adopting ESG practices. I see business as usual from governments, regulators, and pension schemes. I don't know, Oguche, who wants to address that? David? David Oguche, and then maybe David want to comment here. You can, yeah.
So if this is across Africa, we don't have the number, but I think this is something PAFMA is looking to do to sort of work with regulators and get a framework and then begin to report things like this. But I think it's going to take time. I don't think it's something that just happens immediately. So business as usual, it takes time, and I think the work that many people are doing is going to help us together. But I think there has to be a generally accepted framework, something like a GAP on IFRS, a framework that everybody agrees to. But happy to hear what David is going to say about that.
Yeah, David.
Yeah, thanks. Not to speak specifically to pension funds, but I think it was Mark who said we are actually doing more of this than we think. And so every year the EIB, European Investment Bank, they do a survey of, they call it the Banking in Sub-Saharan Africa survey. 2 years ago it was on ESG, and it covers, I think, 85% of the banks that are working in Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of assets. And guess what? 85% of them were doing ESG at some level, from having a climate policy to having it in their CSR, from having it, somewhere in their value chain. Yeah. But the thing was, no one had ever asked them the question, number one. And number two, as Oguche says, and this goes to the data, the disclosure frameworks, if we don't have standard frameworks, what you think might be green for you, might be blue for me, might be red for you. So I think the point I wanted to make was we are probably doing more, but we don't recognize it because the building blocks aren't there, and we ourselves are not thinking in those terms. Yeah. Hence the importance of what we're talking about in terms of having standards, having disclosures, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And obviously, the other thing we need to ask is the assets, isn't it? The limited availability of investable assets that meet the criteria, so we need to focus a lot on that as well. I see Bruno wants to comment.
Yeah, I think it's just to add.
You can take,
it's just to add, I think, to the excellent, feedback from the colleagues. Yeah. I mean, we are all aware of the saying that you can't manage what you can't measure. Yeah. So for us, even from the Balvin perspective, our view is that we need to make sure that we define, from even the ESG, whatever, how do we measure this? Only then can we actually make, progress. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to actually get into this jungle of ESG if at home, in whichever country you are, you can't even define what finance is, measurements and all that. Yeah, so the disclosure issues is very critical. Except I think doing this at a kind of scale issue is a bit different, given that different countries are at different levels. So we need to get that level where we are at par, for us to look at even regional taxonomies and all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then there's this question about the toolkit. Mark, I don't know whether you want to comment on that.
Very quickly. If you're from Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, you can speak to your supervisor. If you're from any other country, you can speak to Amos, who's in the second row. Maybe give us a word, Amos. And he can help you out there.
Thank you so much. I think I saw a hand somewhere there. That hopefully will be the last question, so please proceed.
Thank you, Doc. So mine is not a question, it's actually a comment on the question that the integration of ESG in most of our investment portfolios seem to be an option, but the consequences of bad weather are not optional for the retiree. Yeah. Essentially, it pushes up the cost of living and eating into their income at retirement. My submission is that if you love a beautiful girl My suggestion is that we need to have ESG as a mandatory requirement in procurement
Yeah.
if we are going to see traction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think with that, and that's why I like Regulation 28. Maybe, Sancho, you can just comment briefly on that.
Thank you for that. It wasn't a question, it was just a comment. But thank you for that. And that's the thing. Before we start making mandatory provisions, we need to first see where retirement funds are at the moment. What are their current practices? What are their strategic aspirations? What are their capacity needs? Because if you put something into place that they cannot adhere to, that's another problem on your hands. So we really need to first get that. And that's why disclosure is so important going forward. So once we can really have a picture of what's happening, what's currently happening in our industry, then we can look at making it mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we've ran out of time. I know this is a very interesting topic, very broad as well. We can spend the whole day talking about this, but we only had 1 hour, and the 1 hour is gone. The panelists are available. You can meet them for follow-up questions and all that. And so with that, let me request you to join me in thanking the panelists.
We'll ask the panelists just to pause for a moment as we share tokens of appreciation, as per our custom. Okay, we can give them another round of applause and appreciation. Thank you very much. So we are immediately going into a coffee break now for a little over 15 minutes. And let's please get our coffee and come back into the hall and have the coffee at our tables and not stand at the tables outside, because then the rounding up can take a little while. So please, let's get our coffees, those that want to, and come back immediately. So at 10:30 exactly, we will be bang on schedule and we'll proceed with the program. So let's break for coffee and see you in 15 minutes.
E24. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of patients in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine wining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia. Let's explore.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, shall we take our seats and start our session? Okay, so our next session, session 6, is entitled Micropensions as a Panacea, to cover its challenges for the forgettable middle informal sector. And this will be moderated by Ms. Parul Seth Khanna. You were consulting about names, so I hope I got your names correct. So Ms. Parul is a co-founder and director of Pinbox. She has extensive experience in conceptualizing and implementing innovative financial literacy models and strategies, as well as technology-led outreach platforms for micro-pension and micro-insurance inclusion in developing countries. Ms. Parul developed and implemented Gift a Pension, the first P2P e-commerce platform globally for pension and insurance inclusion of home helps, that's nannies, drivers, guards, and cooks, and the blue-collar workers in garment export units. At Pinbox, Ms. Parul has worked in several countries like Rwanda, India, Uganda, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Papua New Guinea, Kenya, on designing a replicable and inclusive model for the contributory micro-pension programs. She was also part of the World Bank, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and FSD teams on advising pension regulators and finance ministries in developing field-tested strategies for expanding voluntary pension coverage. She has co-authored 2 books, Saving the Next Billion from Old Age Poverty, Global Lessons for Local Action, and Templatizing micropensions for Africa. Ms. Parul has about 10 years of experience as a journalist at BBC, CNBC, and NDTV. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome her now as moderator for Session 6. Ms. Parul.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Just at the start, I'd like to thank PIA and ma'am for inviting us all here and for hosting this. And of course to Zarina and to APSA and Dr. Shem for having us all here. This topic today on micropensions or pension inclusion, as we call it, is something that is hugely important, and I think all of us have a very important part to play in this. The reason I say this is because if pension inclusion for the informal sector workers is not done today, by 2050 it's already too late. Not only for the governments and the sovereign because of not only losing out on the funds that they could accumulate through pension savings for the large informal sector workers in their countries, but also be able to sustain these future elderly by 2050, which will be a large sum that will probably take up a large percentage of their GDP. On the other aspect of the informal sector workers, they will have a grim future, and I think we've had enough discussions. But this panel today is going to talk about the action that needs to be taken, what are the lessons that we can learn from each other, and take actions which are really towards some outcome oriented, because that's something that we need to work towards. It's good to talk, but I think action is even better. And more than that, I think there is a long walk between intention and action. And I think that's what we need to bridge today. Before I introduce the panelists, we have a presentation by Gautam Bhardwaj. He is the co-founder and director of Pinbox Solutions. So Gautam, over to you, and we look forward to a great session involving and engaging all of you with us here today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much, Parul. Can I just, maybe I can just start the presentation. So, yeah. So over the, whenever we meet stakeholders in Asia or Latin America or Africa, one of the key things that seem to always come out is that, while this is all very interesting, but, we are very unique. Our country has a very different kind of a culture, and so we're not very sure whether, we can actually do something which is based on somebody else's experience. And invariably, we find that, when we've done so over the last few years, we've worked in about a dozen countries doing detailed feasibility studies. And we find that this is half true. So I think to a certain extent, I think there is merit in thinking about what has worked and equally on what has failed in other countries, so that there could be lessons that we could draw when we are sitting on the drawing board and looking at pensions or designing pension systems for informal workers in our countries. And secondly, I think there is also simultaneously a need for customizing solutions on the basis of the very specific initial conditions and considerations, including at the level of how people behave, culture, religion. I mean, there could be many, many factors. So let me just quickly do a walkthrough. Yeah, okay, sorry. So we've been working in several countries. Broadly, the first question really is, if I look at Africa, is this a problem? Is pension exclusion an important problem? And is it something that we should actually look at solving? And I think if we look at some of the numbers here, I mean, we're looking at about 600 million people who are currently excluded. Life expectancy is now 18 years and nudging upwards, though we are still a very young continent, the youngest continent, obviously. But if we don't do something, then as I think the minister yesterday clearly mentioned as well, that by 2050, we're looking at a fairly large, 250 million people almost, who are going to be elderly in Africa. And as things currently stand, with about, I think, a pension coverage gap ranging between 85 and 90% of the workforce, we're looking at about 85 to 90% of these people then not having enough savings to sustain themselves for a very long period. Imagine, it's almost like a 20-year COVID, where people will not be able to work or earn a living, and therefore will have no option but to depend on savings for sustenance. But if they don't have savings, I think we're going to look at a much more severe level of poverty, which will overtake, so poverty among elderly will end up overtaking the problem of poverty more generally. The flip side is that if we actually did something, and if we were able to motivate the young workers in Africa to start setting aside even a small part of their incomes for old age, I think we can, at an individual level, ensure that they don't outlive their savings. And more, even if coverage went from 10% or 15% today to 25 or 30% in the next, say, 10 years, then the impact in terms of new long-term domestic savings can be incredible. When you could end up then using this money for infrastructure development and economic growth and so on and so forth, in addition to the fact that this is going to help mitigate longevity risk. Now, what we find when we look at countries, and this is not specific to Africa, this is what we normally find what countries are doing. So one, we see broadly three strategies. One, countries are saying, okay, there's an NSSF or an RSSB here, so let's say Uganda or even here in Zambia. So the idea is, I already have a national level program, it is mandatory for salaried workers. Can I look at providing a voluntary option to informal sector workers to join this program? So that's one strategy that we find. It's true in other countries as well. I mean, Papua New Guinea, which is another country that we are working in, has tried the same strategy. The second is allowing existing standalone PFAs or pension funds to start offering micro-pension products. And I think we've seen that happening in Uganda, we've seen that happening in Nigeria, I think is doing the same thing, and so is Ghana, and so on and so forth. So we find that there are countries who are saying, okay, you're already running a pension fund, you're offering schemes or products to salaried workers. Why don't we as a regulator give you permission to then start offering a micro-pension program? And the third is, let's say, what India has done or Rwanda has done, which is to say, we already have some programs for civil servants, something for salaried workers, but when it comes to informal sector workers, let's go back to the drawing board and draw something from scratch and build a new system, which is a new national micro-pension scheme. And I think that's a third strategy. And we're seeing that strategy working very well. Rwanda, which is a scheme which we helped design and launch in 2019, in the first 4 years, coverage in Rwanda has jumped from about 6% to about 55% of the workforce. So they've gone from about 500,000 workers to about 3.5 million workers out of the total working population of about 6 million in 4 years. Right? Now, these are some of the common, one interesting thing that I find in Africa is that the building blocks needed for achieving comprehensive pension inclusion already seem to exist. And there is also a fairly large latent demand among the population which has the capacity to save. And despite that, it's not easy for people to set up pension accounts or to mitigate their life cycle risk. And if you see the building blocks, I mean, you've got a conducive legal framework, you've got regulators who are extremely enthusiastic and very keen to achieve coverage. The digital financial inclusion footprint is expanding very rapidly. I mean, Africa is ahead of all other countries today in terms of retail digital finance adoption. I mean, digital payments and so on and so forth. Africa's beaten, what is happening in Kenya or other countries, has beaten other countries by miles. And I think that retail adoption of the DFS ecosystem and infrastructure is fantastic. So the question then is, why is it that we don't have 600 million people? I mean, why are those 600 million people today not saving for their retirement? Now, I mean, I can't authoritatively say that I know exactly what's happening, but let me give you a flavor of what we find are the normal challenges. So one is affordability. Most informal workers across the world are also not insured. So not only don't they have a pension, but they also don't have insurance. What happens is, if I am a farmer and I don't have insurance against life cycle risks, so if my crop fails or my cow dies or my child is unwell or I have an accident, the first thing I do is break into my savings, whatever savings I might have, some rainy day stuff which is lying around. I break that, pull out the money and pay the full cost of that risk. Right? If the savings are not enough, then what do? I go out and get an emergency loan from somebody, from a SACCO or a moneylender or somebody, and I go out and get a loan. Now, what ends up happening is, I've done three things in the process. One, I wiped out my past savings. Second, I've mortgaged future surplus income in favor of repaying an expensive emergency loan. So that money is going into, a loan repayment rather than savings. And the third is, now because I feel the savings are essential for risk management, I don't want to save in a long-term, sort of an illiquid pension product. I like the idea. I want to save for retirement, but I want liquidity. So there's a huge liquidity premium. The second is heterogeneity. So unlike the salaried workforce, which is much more homogeneous, the informal sector is very heterogeneous. And I think we need to build for that. And the question then is, can we actually build a one-size-fits-all kind of a solution? And how does, say, somebody like in India or Rwanda manage to do this with a single national scheme? Third is irregular modest incomes. So when people have modest irregular incomes or seasonal incomes, then we can't expect them to put too much of money. So let's say if I'm an Uber driver or a Boda Boda driver, then I can't put, I might be saving, I might be earning, say, $100 a month, and I could save, say, $10, but I never have $10 in one go. So what such workers would prefer to do is to say, can I not save 50 cents a day? Why do you want me to save $10? And unfortunately, in formal finance, we've seen that normal finance firms expect you to put fairly large contributions at fairly defined intervals, so which doesn't work. So informal workers need much more flexibility. The fourth is myopia. I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, when you look at the glass on demography in Africa, while it's fantastic that most people are still, the median age is less than 20, but the flip side of the problem is that at 20, retirement is very far away. And people, things like pensions or retirement, etc., just don't resonate as terms. So it's very difficult to get young people to save while they are still young. And the fifth thing is frequent migration. So people keep moving across jobs, locations, and therefore you need a program which is fully portable, which can actually move with people across jobs and locations. The sixth is, most people have never really dealt with formal financial institutions. So the faith and trust in insurance companies or pension funds and banks is relatively lower. Also because they've not really ever thought about things like time value or compounding or inflation. Financial literacy levels are low, and as a result, this in turn impacts how much people end up saving, when do they join a program like this, and ultimately impacts retirement benefits. The eighth problem normally is pro-rich sales model. So typically insurance companies, pension funds, and other financial institutions depend on two factors. One is agents, and the second is tax breaks. And these are the two, let's say, sales strategies for products. Now, unfortunately, poor people don't pay taxes, so tax incentives don't really work. Agents are not interested in going into some deep, undergrowth somewhere and go to some village and talk to somebody to save 50 cents a day or, whatever. So agents are not interested. So none of these two strategies typically work for, informal sector pension coverage. The last two are friction. Friction is an important problem. It's sometimes we make finance very, very complicated. In India, where unfortunately we were involved with the pension scheme design, but ultimately the regulator designed an application form in English where very few people would know English, and the form was 6 pages. Now, if you don't have an agent, how are you going to fill up a 6-page application form to set up a pension account? So you end up creating this friction at the front end, which increases transaction costs, lowers participation, and so on and so forth. And the last is access. So, most people are in the informal workforce, live in remote rural locations. And we can't really expect agents to walk around, or they're not even willing to walk around and do this. Can I just take some water? Sorry, how much time do I have? Okay. I have a very strict moderator. Okay. So, I seriously have 2 minutes? Okay. Okay, I'll need a lot more water. Okay, so basically what we're saying is, can we do this? Can we leverage at one level? Why don't we, instead of trying to create something new, can we leverage the existing DFS ecosystem and infrastructure to set up what I would call a marketplace for small ticket pension and insurance products? And if this was done, then a country, and this is what Rwanda did, they actually did not build anything new. They used whatever was existing, and they used good technology and APIs as glue to leverage that infrastructure, and they managed to launch a new national scheme within a few months at a near zero capital cost. And I think, clearly there are two things which worked in Rwanda's favor. One was leadership, and the second was governance. Both they're hugely strong at. But they actually managed to launch a program at a national level. The second is, can we create a UI and user interface? Can that be easy and simple? Instead of expecting people to download some app and then learn that app and so on and so forth. Can we sidestep these challenges on digital literacy? And the third is, if people don't trust, say, Templeton or Fidelity, or they don't know about Prudential, they will know the SACCO or the microfinance institution or the farm cooperative or the VSLA that they're dealing with, or somebody like CARE. Can we make these field institutions the face of the pension scheme? So when somebody from CARE sits down with a group of women in a village and talks to them about the importance of saving for old age, it's going to resonate. Then those women will not worry so much that they don't know Prudential, but they will say, oh, okay, fine, CARE is saying this, we know these guys, they've done good by us for all these years, and so on and so forth. Next is, can we create insurance and liquid savings? Can we add these as a way to mitigate this other problem of people not being insured and using savings, etc. Are you serious? 2 minutes? Okay. Then let me show you two quick videos. So one is about how, if you did some of these things and if you brought some of this together, what we did in India, and thereafter it's now working in Kenya as well, and we are rolling this out in 2 other countries, is we got into a partnership with WhatsApp. And so what is now happening is that if you have WhatsApp, you don't need to download an app. I don't have to teach you how to use it. You simply use a WhatsApp to set up a pension account within minutes. So in Kenya, this is working, for instance. You can actually open a pension account, buy insurance from Prudential, get a pension account from Zamara, and use M-Pesa to make a payment. And all of this happens in two minutes. The national ID is integrated, so therefore your KYC is done seamlessly through the national ID in a digital way. You don't have to fill up any forms, etc., etc. The second thing, and this is what I'm saying, is once you've got a digital system in place, then you can start using your imagination to say, okay, who are the other cohorts and what can I do at technology level to do this? So one of the cohorts in India is, and this is my last slide, is that we have like about 45 to 50 million domestic workers. You have nannies and security guards and drivers and all of that. But the problem is it's very difficult to reach these guys because they're living in homes like ours, and the cost of me sending somebody to Zarina's house to enroll her domestic health is the same cost of enrolling Zarina into an insurance program. So invariably, because the way incentives are derived or designed, I would rather sell Zarina a pension program or an insurance product than to her nanny or her cook. So we said, can we use digital tools and can we involve Zarina in the process? So we launched this program called Gift a Pension, and this again is something that can work.
This is Shanta. She's 22 years old. She lives in a little village far away with her husband and 3 children. But her family finds it tough to make ends meet. So Shanta decides to migrate to your city in search of work. You employ Shanta as your maid. She works long hours, she takes care of your children, she cooks your meals and keeps your house clean. She sends most of her income back home to support her family, to put food on their table, and to send her children to school so they may have a better life than hers. She does this year after year after year. When she's too old to work, Shanta returns home to her little village. Her children are now grown up. They're educated and married but have migrated to the cities. Shanta and her husband now live alone. But with no savings of their own, they struggle to make ends meet. They live without dignity and will live this way for the rest of their lives. But does it really have to be this way? Let's see this again. You employ Shanta as your maid. You talk to her about the importance of setting aside a small part of her income for her old age. Then you spend just 5 minutes on WhatsApp to help Shanta open her own pension account. And you get her started by regularly putting some money into this account for her old age. These savings will be managed by the likes of HDFC Pension and SBI AMC and will grow over the years. When she is too old to work, Shanta will return home to her little village. She and her husband will still live alone, but they won't struggle to make ends meet. Thanks to you, they will now get a monthly pension and will live with dignity for the rest of their lives. This could be the story of your maid, your driver, your gardener, or guard. Just 5 minutes of your time can change 20 years of Shanta's life. You can be that change. Gift Shanta a pension account today. Her clock is already ticking.
So this was not for me finishing. This is just for the video. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to basically just add one small point, which is that if you think about it, I think not everything is portable. I mean, what we've done in Rwanda or India or in PNG or Bangladesh may not be portable to, say, Uganda or Zambia. But my sense is a lot of the principles and some of the strategies may be portable. And I think it's important, therefore, for the work that APSA is doing, for instance, in creating, opportunities for sharing of information and knowledge. I suspect that we'll be able to quite rapidly achieve significant pension inclusion across the continent. And I wish you all the very best for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. I'm sorry to push you. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to invite the stellar panel that we have now from various countries across Africa to give us a perspective on what is happening on pension inclusion and micro-pensions. Where is it at? Are they beginning? Are they at an advanced stage? What are the war stories? What has worked? What has not worked? And it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Thoto Malanza. He is the Director of Retirement Benefits, NBFIRA in Botswana. Welcome, sir. I'd like to invite Mr. Ogoche Aguda. He is the CEO of Pension Funds Operations Association of Nigeria in PENCOM with PENOP. Mr. Kalaba Mwimba. He is the Manager, Coverage to Informal Sector, National Pension Scheme Authority in Zambia. Dr. Shem Omar, a dear friend, Head of Secretariat of APSA, Director, Research, Strategy and Planning, Retirement Benefits Authority of Kenya. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Just to set the session in context, I think to start with, we're defining micro-pensions or pension inclusion. So what that really is that we are trying to involve the larger informal sector workers, people who work for themselves, to start saving for themselves where there is no employer-employee relationship. But the second part of this is that to define this informal sector workforce, there is also no homogeneity in this group. There are people who are more affluent in these groups, so you'll find doctors and lawyers and CAs. But there are also the middle ones who make enough money, which are rich farmers, probably fisheries, people who are running MSMEs or SMEs, and then the lower income ones who are probably the daily head loaders. There will be those people in this cohort who will never be savers. They will never in their lifetime perhaps or unfortunately be able to save adequately enough
or have some surplus to save for pensions. But above those are those informal sector workers who need to be roped into the pension inclusion strategies for all the nations, including mine where I come from, to allow them to save for a better future. In all of this, there are several countries to my left, all men, by the way. There is also this vulnerability that we see amongst women, and it's important for me to bring this up in this forum, is that we women are going to outlive men. I'm not saying that, that's numbers. We don't make enough monies in the same occupation, or sometimes don't get paid in the field for the work that we do. We're in and out of workforce because of childbirth and family responsibilities. And there is enough and more action to be taken for women, or maybe to be thought through for other action as well. I don't know if this has been brought up in this forum, but I thought so far it's a voice that needs to be heard. I'll start with you, Dr. Shem, and the reason I say this is because Kenya is one country which started with the BAO scheme a long time ago, with the Jua Kali Association. And since then, that scheme, we would love to know your journey from there to now, where there is revised pension strategies that have come up, that RBA has come up with.
Thank you very much, Parul. And I think I want to thank Gautam for laying the groundwork for this discussion. It is true that in our continent, pension coverage is still low, and it is low for obvious reasons. I think just at the beginning of the conference yesterday, we noted that the majority of our workers are in the informal labor market, and they don't get captured or enrolled into the existing pension arrangements. And if we want to rely on existing pension arrangements to grow coverage amongst our informal sector workers, then we'll not succeed. And this has been demonstrated because of the attributes that they have. Look at their incomes. Their incomes are low and flexible. Their jobs are seasonal. They change from one job to the next. And if we use the traditional, conventional pension schemes that we have, that are more or less run like clubs, because if you belong to an employer and that employer has started a pension scheme for you, you are only a member of that scheme as long as you are a worker in that regard. And therefore this calls for innovation. And that is what we are seeing happening, starting to happen across the continent. And we got that sense in the year 2011 as a regulator in Kenya, the Retirement Benefits Authority, thanks to its mandate, because one of the mandates the Retirement Benefits Authority, the pensions regulator in Kenya, has is to develop the pension sector. And so, having come to that reality that 85% of their workers are in the informal sector, and no matter what we do, we can push the existing pension systems to enroll them, they will never do that. And so that required that we innovate and be able to design pension products, pension systems that speak to the attributes of these informal sector workers, which have been elaborated upon by the presentation that Gautam has gladly put out for us. One of the things that supported the development of the BAO pension plan was because of the rapid increase in financial inclusion and digitization, and the widespread of the mobile telephony. Because then BAO was created, and the sponsor was an association of informal sector workers in the country. We called it Jua Kali because they work in the hot sun. So that was the sponsor. And it relied on the mobile telephony network to be able to enroll and encourage informal sector workers to be able to enroll in that pension scheme. And so it made it flexible for them, because then they could be enrolled at their places of businesses, at where they stay. They required not to go to any brick and mortar financial institution. And the amounts of contributions were also small, and there was flexibility also introduced into it. So they were allowed to send in an equivalent then of £1 British called Mbao, and that is where it got its name. Because at one point in our journey, in our political journey, £1 British was worth 20 Kenya shillings, and that 20 Kenya shilling note, which used to be blue, was branded Mbao, and so this was called Mbao pension scheme. Because a pound then, that 20 Kenya shillings became affordable to informal sector workers of any shade. You've heard that they are heterogeneous. So if you are roasting maize by the side of the road, if you're riding a border, if you are selling groceries, making a pound within a day becomes possible, and therefore you can send in your savings into that particular scheme. The flexibility was introduced in that if you don't have that pound on that day, then you can send in your contributions of a week, of a month, and whenever you have an availability of income. And so that pension plan, which was an independent pension plan, grew. And at one point, and maybe still now, it became one of the largest independent pension plans that we had in the country, thanks to that technology. It probably did not do as well as we initially imagined, but I think it has given us great lessons, and we are still pushing forward with the lessons that we've drawn from BAO. One of the challenges we discovered, and let me just mention two of them, was that you'd enroll members into the pension scheme, but you'd not sustain their contributions into it. And that required that we do a lot of awareness campaigns to keep them in there. Number two is that they had challenges with their data portals. And so we had to work on the data portal so that when you send in your contributions, you get an instant acknowledgement that your money has been received. So such kind of lessons have now led us to two experiments that we are now running currently in the country. One is that it has generated a creation of what we call the Kenya National Savings Entrepreneurs Trust. And this is being championed by the national government under the National Treasury and Economic Planning. And it is beginning to work. The second is what was mentioned, I think, yesterday, the Hustler Fund, where we have a loan product. So if you get a loan, 5% of that loan automatically is saved. And 70% of that 5% of the loan of what you save goes into your pensions account. The other 5% goes to meet your credit needs, because we've learned that these informal sector workers suffer a lot of shocks and risks that are very tempting, that they would want to access the long-term savings for retirement. But if they have the long-term saving component and a short-term saving component that would enable them to satisfy their immediate needs, then that is a protection for the long-term savings for retirement. And we've done a number of studies in the country. We usually do, for example, pensioner survey every other year, so every 2 years, so that we can get to know the challenges that our pensioners are going through. And we also do a member survey. And one of the things that we are thinking of doing going forward, and this has been championed again by the regulator and the stakeholders in general in the industry, is that we identified that when you retire, you will need a cover for medical. It becomes critical because your immunity levels have gone down and you suddenly lose the protection that was afforded to you through an insurance, a medical cover by your employer, and you will then need to still be able to take care of your health. So we started a post-retirement medical fund. One of the other needs that we identified was also a house over your head when you have retired. So there were various mechanisms to afford, when you are still working, members to be able to buy a house. So you get a house and you get a medical cover and you have your own retirement benefits. What does that say? It says that using the same pension account, we can create other sub-accounts within it that satisfy some of the needs that you will need when you are retired. You need a house, you need a medical cover, you probably have retired but you still have siblings for which you are paying school fees, so you should have a credit component. So some sort of a bundled product in one is really critical, and this is a great attraction to informal sector workers in order to enroll them in innovative pension arrangements. Thank you, Farron.
Thank you, Dr. Shem. I will come back to you on the product bundling just in a minute, but before I do that, I'd like to come to you, Mr. Mwemba, is to understand, yesterday we heard a great presentation from the gentleman who had technology at PIA, and on the progress that was being made in terms of what Dr. Shem said was a challenge to tell people how much money they had put in, is the customer service side, making the onboarding seamless. What has been the experience of Zambia in the light of the formal sector, and how are you looking to translate that for the informal sector workforce?
Thank you very much for that question. Maybe just to give some bit of background or context to where we're coming from as the National Pension Scheme Authority. Of course, we have been very bold and very intentional in terms of ensuring that we provide social security for all. And in that sense, we actually have established a sub-scheme within the main National Pension Scheme Authority, which is purely focused on self-employed or on-account workers. And this is emanating from the fact that when NAPSA was established, it was mostly focused on those who are formally employed. So, having said that, one of our key strategies, and in direct response to your question, is actually to leverage on technology. And in that sense, when we talk about the key business processes, such as registration or onboarding of self-employed workers, it's a technology that is making it possible for us to do that. Because even the self-employed worker can now register online, or indeed they can register through our appointed agents in that sense. And also, interestingly, when we look at the aspect of ensuring that contributions come in, so a lot of work again has gone in terms of ensuring that the process of making the contribution is seamless. And so using the USSD technology, that a self-employed worker, like a marketeer in the market, is able to remit their pension contribution within their market setup without having to visit any brick and mortar NAPSA office. And similar, I think, to the experience which has been shared by Doc from Kenya, we also had to build in flexibility in terms of frequency of contributions. That again has been made possible through leveraging on the technology that our director ICT spoke to at length yesterday. That an individual is able to make contributions either on a daily basis or indeed even on an annual basis, one bullet contribution, they will be able to make their saving. So that that is very critical because of the heterogeneity or differences in income patterns of the targeted members. So just to ensure that we cater for all, really is the technology that is helping us drive that. And when an individual makes a contribution, they will receive an instant message confirmation, both from the MNO as well as from NAPSA, to the effect that X amount has been received for their pension contribution. So pretty much it's a technology, I think, that is making it possible, because in our thoughts we would never imagine people having to come to our office to queue up to register, or to come to our office to make that contribution to secure their future.
Thank you. I think I have two takeaways from that. I think one is, of course, technology being the underlying thing to be able to deliver it. But I will dab upon what does it take for the technology to take on. Why are we still not getting enough people onboarded? Is it administration costs? Is it
financial literacy? Is it that people are not thinking about it? What is it that we need to do to get people onto this bandwagon? But before I do that, I wanted to get Dr. Machlanza on the conversation. I remember talking to you yesterday about the landscape that is in Botswana, and how is it that a large part of the formal sector is already drawing pensions in the formal pension arrangements. But there is this large cohort that is still not covered, or you're still on the drawing board to make them a part of the pension inclusion strategy. We would love to know more about what is happening in Botswana and how is it that you are thinking about doing this. Are there steps taken? What are the next steps?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, let me just thank APSA for providing this forum where we can share ideas as a continent. I don't think, having listened to what other countries are doing, we don't have to reinvent the wheel in Botswana. Because as far as micro pensions are concerned, we're still lagging behind. The focus in Botswana is mainly on the formal sector employees. And even for myself, when I was doing my doctoral degree, the focus was on the formal sector employees to increase their pension so that they retire with a higher net replacement ratio and live better lives compared to what they were living during working lives. This cohort of informal sector workers are not in the radar system, in our radar in Botswana as yet, because it is a small component. The economy, the way the economy is structured, it caters mainly for formal sector workers. Most of them are in DC schemes, which have mandatory contributions, and these are mainly from government employees, large corporates, and municipalities. We're not even catering for the workers in SME sector who are working on full-time basis, and that's where we're trying to get to at the moment. There's no political will, but we as the regulator, we believe that we have a role to advise government on what actions to take so that everybody is included. I think there's a bit of complacency from the political side, because even those who are in the informal sector that space, there's 37% coverage, which is quite high by African standards. So we're concentrating mainly on this one. Yes, but there's need, and I said as a regulator, we need to advise government that everybody should be included in this pension scheme. Because if we don't do it now, it's going to cost us more in the future. Botswana has a universal pension scheme, which is not means tested or asset tested. So everybody who has attained the age of 65 gets on board. And I've talked about it so many times, I even put it on my thesis that it should be means tested so that the ones that are who have not made enough during their working lives or during their active lives should get more at the end. But you know, human beings being human beings, they're very selfish, and they say, we know we want to be a part of this as an emotional issue, and they don't want to listen to that debate. And the case that I usually give is the case of our politicians. I keep on referring to politicians because of the society that we come from. It's free for all. We are free to talk and express ourselves as citizens in Botswana. For instance, President Festus Mogae, who has retired, has a benefit scheme, mainly only for president. He's getting 80% of what the incumbent is getting as a package until he is called back to the creator. He's also a former employee of the IMF. I don't know what benefits they get from in terms of pensions from the IMF. He's also a former governor of the central bank. He's got a benefit from the government. He's also the former permanent secretary of the president. He's got a package there. So why should a man of this nature, and I keep asking that question, get the universal pension when other people who deserve it more are not getting it? So you say the concentration is kind of skewed. and we need to change the dynamics. So, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that we're not there as a country, but we need to come on board, and that's the responsibility of the regulatory authority. And that's what I want to do. That's the legacy that I want to leave during my stay at the regulator. Now, we're still trying to get, as I mentioned, we're still trying to get the cohort that is employed in the SMEs who are not contributing. Yesterday when I had a conversation with Parul, he says, you don't have to go around benchmarking. You just give us a call, and FSD, Mori, or Dr. Asano will arrange to facilitate you on that one and bring a specialist to come to your country to see how you can catch up with the rest of the African counterparts. Because we haven't been looking at this topic yet, I did a bit of research on my own, being a scholar. I look at the research, and I must say, Gutam is really is an expert in that area. Some of the papers that I looked at were written by Gutam, who I'm glad to share the stage with today. He's an authority in this space. So the research has indicated that despite the barriers that Gutam expressed in his presentation earlier today in the informal sector, evidence suggests that even the poor want to save. Even the poor want to save. When we see it in South Africa and Botswana, I don't know whether it's happening in other countries, but I'll talk about South Africa and Botswana. We see what they call motselo. I don't know what you call it in other, maybe you can help me what you call it in English. Zahida, motselo, where it's mainly done by women, for that matter, but women come together.
The self-help groups?
Huh?
Chamas or self-help groups or village level savings associations?
Yeah, but it's just women coming informally, friends coming together, and it's mainly women. It's
Yes.
called motselo.
So we call them self-help groups or VSLAs or chamas, depending which country it is.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
So I guess most of the countries have them, but we call it differently. In South Africa and Botswana, it's called motselo. So they come together, despite these savings barriers that Gutam has talked about.
Dr. Melanza, I will come back to you on the implementation because you have raised a very important point about the informal sector wanting to save. But I think what keeps them away from saving is if they have the intention at the excess, is the trust factor. Am I putting my money in? Is it going to be safe? Am I going to get my money back? Are there going to be better returns that I will receive? And when I receive my money back, will it be like getting a root canal or it'll be easy like walking through the door? Right? So I think those are a few things that we need to consider, which brings me to you, Uguche, is the trust factor is because of of course, the informal sector worker must have adequacy of savings. But the other responsibility is around adequacy of returns. So I believe that Nigeria has had a new micropension strategy that they've come up with. How has that been doing? And in light of that, what is the strategy to engage with adequacy of returns?
Thank you. I think Nigeria, we have a number of war stories, like you said. We launched micropension in 2019, and we thought we would, reach about 1 million customers because the informal sector in Nigeria is very large. About 65 million people estimated, larger than the population of Kenya. And we felt, that's a large market. But in 5 years, we've only been able to get about 100,000, which is a far cry from our projections were. And I guess a number of things. Number one is, we've got some large pension funds. So some of the pension funds manage as much as $3 billion. Having those people who manage $3 billion to chase the small customers was also an issue, just in terms of incentivizing them. I know someone asked questions about fees. How profitable is it for pension funds to go after these micro customers? That's also one thing. I guess another thing is just technology adoption. We've seen that in Nigeria, in terms of technology, and as with Kenya and some other African countries, it's quite increased in terms of people can transfer money, and in less than a minute, the money goes to another account. But with the pensions, because of some regulatory requirements, ensuring that the money goes to the custodian takes time. So people transfer money and they can't get the alert on their phone. So that was also an issue. I think another issue was just in terms of, the poverty levels. I think Nigeria has one of the highest poverty levels in the world. So asking people to save when they don't have money to eat or to move around was a tall order. But the issue is, are there incentives for them? Is there a reason for them to save? And then, what's a retirement age? Why would you determine a retirement age? For me, I'm not a formal worker. So those issues in terms of product design is things that we're working on to be able to find out from, and I like what he said, they did member survey, to be able to find out from the people what exactly do they want, how do they want it, and we've seen some of the things they want in terms of credit. I like some of the examples he gave, housing, insurance, credit, and these are some of the things we'll probably take back, but we've not gotten adoption as much as we thought. And I think technology, one issue, how easy is it for people to get on board? The poverty levels also, the ease of contribution, and I guess the incentive structure for the pension funds, because the structure in Nigeria is the pension funds will be the ones to sort of get clients. But some pension funds have told me, I'll rather just try and move one pension account from my competitor, than trying to chase someone who's sending small amounts. So those are the things that we need to look into, and that's how we're thinking about strategy going forward.
Thank you. They've told me that we have only 2 minutes, but I'm going to be shameless and take 5 minutes, even though I got Gautam off the counter really quickly. Gautam, just few pointed questions to you. So we've learned a lot on this dais on the work that is being done. But for you, you worked in India, and I'm sure India made a lot of mistakes before they got to 40 million coverage in the formal sector and double that in the informal sector. And what were the learnings? So just from India, the learnings from India, and then what were the portable examples that you took to Rwanda that you spoke about the success there? Was the incentive structure one of those? So if you could just pointedly answer that, please.
Thanks, Baru. So I think co-contributions was one. Clearly, fiscal incentives do work. Unfortunately, they become very expensive when you're talking about a very large informal sector cohort. We're currently talking to a few institutions globally and saying to people like MasterCard that if you've got $50 million of, say, CSR funds, can you, put 10 million out of that to pay for co-contributions, say, to women, young women in Rwanda who are in a national ID linked pension scheme where the money can directly go into the individual accounts of these, beneficiaries. So that's one. But I think that if I was, as you've seen in my presentation, there are so many learnings that I just don't have enough time. But I think one important thing that happened, which I think is worth considering, is India and Rwanda set up a dedicated mission office for pension inclusion. Okay, now the problem is everybody in this room is extremely passionate about this issue, but once they go back, there is always going to be a tussle between the urgent and the important. So it's always going to be, well, today I have to decide on this guy's promotion, or this new case has been filed here, or something has happened, and tomorrow I will. So instead of that, what Rwanda did and India did was created a team of 7, 8, 10 people who jump out of bed every morning only with one agenda. How do I get to 100% pension coverage? And they have no other agenda. They have no other priorities. And they then work with a large base of stakeholders in making sure there is coordinated response and a collaborative effort on increasing pension coverage. I'll stop here.
Thanks, Gautam. I think a quick round of same question to all the panelists here. And I'm not going to ask Dr. Milanza this right now. It's for a reason. Do all the countries sitting here, do you all have the DFS infrastructure, like Gautam was saying? Is there payment system? Is there policy and regulatory environment? Is there national ID in some cases, may not be digital? Do you have administration platforms? Do you have pension fund administrators? Is the answer to all of this yes? It is, right? But then why are we not getting to at least 50% or 30% of the informal sector workers to reach the targets that each of the countries need to? Is it got to do? Maybe we can take one by one. Is it the myopia, like Gautam was saying, that people are not really thinking about it? Two, are we not addressing the traditional and softer aspects of each of our countries where, you know, for some people, for some cohorts, they don't want to take any returns which have interests on them. Some of them have hereditary issues and laws which they're not sure if I put money and lock in my money in for a very long period of time, it will not. So are we catering to traditional and, the other aspects, softer sides of things? And is it easy and accessible and trustworthy for all the people in your countries to start accessing it? So if there is any one point that all of you would like to say, before I come to you, Dr. Malanza, is what is it, I'll start to my left, what is it that you would do, the one thing that you would change to make this work?
Very difficult question. But one thing I think it's more to do with communication and information.
Okay, communication, information.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Parul. Indeed, a difficult question to answer, but I think from the behavioral economics point of things, I think some element of compulsion will do.
Sorry?
Some element of compulsion.
Okay.
It's very difficult. You can preach that gospel, and we've done it over time. I think we need to introduce some aspect that we can make that decision for you if you're not ready to make it. Thank you.
Okay. Goche?
Yeah, so I don't have as much freedom to talk as he in Botswana about the government, but I think fiscal incentives will be fiscal incentives. Yeah.
All right, Gautam? Yes. What would you want the governments to do? One thing.
I think the mission office is great.
Mission office.
My sense is that it will give some energy.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to twist it on its head. Dr. Malanza, you're still on the drawing board. You're still trying to get the informal sector workers. From all the lessons that you have learned, or the advice, or the experience that you've heard from all the people on the panel today, what is it that the one thing that you think you want to absorb, or the one thing that you don't want to do that the other countries have done?
I think they've done pretty well, and that's why we have such fora. So we can learn from that mistakes and get the best practices and come with a very robust platform for informal sectors. But the key thing that, to answer the question that you asked previously, the key thing is financial literacy. It's a very hard ask, and even for formal employer sectors, for people to put more in retirement, for some money that they're going to see 30 years later in life. Human behavior, they want to consume now. They want instant gratification. So financial literacy is one important thing. For the young fellows that I talked about, is the issue there is that pension or retirement is not in the horizon. So as they get old, they start to think about it. I've had this experiment with my students at the University of Botswana. We are doing fourth year and going to the labor market to say that if you happen to get a job, because unemployment is an issue, youth unemployment is an issue, but if you are lucky to get a job at a young age, just put 100 pula extra into your pension pot over a 40-year period, and you'll be very grateful for that. So,
I agree with you. I agree with you. Gautam, did you want to say something?
Last point. The only thing I'd like to say is that there is clearly no single, model, or there is no silver bullet solution here. And we will need to go into the trenches with our sleeves rolled up with 20 bad ideas. Some of them will work, some of them will not, right? And I think in that context, this particular cohort in this room should actively think about setting up a regulatory sandbox environment to encourage innovation, and so that mad ideas don't spread out to the rest of the country. They're contained in 1 or 2 districts or provinces. So you test out a few things, and things that work, well, you should then scale them up and do more of the same. So I think the regulators should think about regulatory sandboxes for pension inclusion.
Thank you. Do we have 2 questions that we can take, sir? Okay, we'll take 2. The India solution for domestic workers, Are the savings portable so when the worker moves to another employer, they can continue contributing? Gautam? Yes. Okay. How do we ensure compliance of informal sector workers? Looking at current low levels of compliance among the formal sector, how to rely fund performance? Ogoche, for you. How do they rely on fund performance?
Sorry, how do they?
How do they rely on fund performance? So just really on...
Yes, so in Nigeria, for instance, we have a multi-fund structure. So the micro-pension is a different fund from the general fund. And the way the regulator has set, is invested in less risky instruments, because these are people that might not be as financially savvy. And with regards to how it's represented to them on their statements, they're able to see the returns. So those returns are monitored by the regulator, and the pension funds are meant to itemize the returns for them, so they know how much those returns are doing. And the returns, I think, are fairly consistent with those in the formal sector, so there's no discrimination.
Thank you. Last question, Dr. Shambak, perhaps for you. This is a very important question as well, because we are talking about taking it for the informal sector, but there's this large administration costs that sits, right? So how do we keep the administration costs low so that we enable the informal sector workers to actually latch onto the scheme and not be at par at what the formal sector pays as the admin fee?
Thank you, Parul. I think, yes, that is a factor that builds up cost for micro-pension schemes. What we think about this is we need a common administrative platform for micro-pension schemes so that we take that one off their expenditure items or keep it at a minimum, so that we know the regulatory framework would require that they have an administrator, but we have one common administrative platform for them, so that they just hook into that system, and that will greatly reduce their costs of administration for them.
Thank you. They're all here for any further questions that you may have. I'll give the stage to the next round, but thank you so much to all the panelists for being here. I think we need another hour to get this conversation further, but the organizers probably next time, please give us 2 sessions. Thank you so much for being a great audience. Thank you all. Thank you.
Let's give them another round of applause, as indeed the tokens are given to them. Please just wait for your tokens of appreciation. Okay, as a pause for pictures, allow me to introduce the moderator for the next session, which is entitled Unlocking Opportunities in Alternative Investments for Pension Schemes. One more time. So the moderator for the next session is Mr. Philip Chitalu, who is the CEO of the Securities and Exchange Commission, or SEC, Zambia, a position he has held since 2016. He holds a Bachelor of Accountancy degree from the Copperbelt University and a Master of Philosophy in Development Finance from Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa. He's also a Fellow of both the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA, and the Zambia Institute of Chartered Accountants, ZICA. His regulatory credentials include the Harvard or IOSCO Regulatory Certificate. Philip started his career at PricewaterhouseCoopers in 1994 and has over the years worked in the financial services industry, ICT, medical and regulatory services, including at the Pensions and Insurance Authority in Zambia. His work experience thus extends over a 30-year period, of which Philip has gained a lot of experience and knowledge in capital markets, accounting and auditing, finance, information technology, and general administration. He's here now to moderate unlocking opportunities in alternative investments for pension schemes. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Philip Chitalu.
Thank you very much. I feel very, very old. 30 years. It feels like 3 years from 1994. I promise you we're going to land right at lunch. So this flight has to take, maybe go to Mach 8 or something to increase the speed. Very, very interesting topic, I must say, but challenging in the sense that we come right at the end or towards the end of when great panels have gone before us. Unlocking opportunities in alternative investments for pension schemes. I think at the end of the day was sustainability, micro-pension, and everything else has been discussed. The question is, can we get the yield? I think pensioners are looking for return after they've saved. So borrowing from the minister's speech, the guest of honor, I think he talked about 4 things. The last one does appear to concern the next panel. This is about when he talked about investment of the funds in alternative assets. He talked about the roads. He talked about hospitality, like where we are right now. He talked about energy. Just from Zambia, energy is a topical issue. Could we actually put some of these pension funds into such type of assets? I liked Regulation 28 from our South African colleague here. Once upon a time, 100% could be put in cash. But we're talking about private equity can take up actually 15% of the assets. Are we getting the right yield and the right return, as it were? Whilst we can invest in SMEs and provide sustainable jobs, I think this is from another panel, the issues of risk and ensuring that people get to retire, as we saw in that short video about somebody who was a maid, but they still retired to their lovely home. Hopefully, their kids still picking up their calls. I always tell my kids, I always want to call you and you pick up my call. Not that when daddy calls, should I really pick it up? There must be a disaster or something. I want my grandkids to visit me and maybe get some pocket change from the grandfather, something different. To help me get through this great topic, I have a great team of an unbalanced team. I think they're all male. Not sustainable, right? Topping the list is no other than somebody who's been introduced several times, a colleague in the financial services sector, is Dr. Osano. Dr. Osano, please. I don't know whether I have to read through your bio. It's been read several times. 25 years of global experience in investments, financial markets, and development finance. Dr. Osano's experience spans over Southern Africa, Middle East, North Africa. Director of Capital Markets at the FSDA. And is a very, very great supporter to what we're going to be talking about, capital markets being one of them. Another person that is helping us go through this is Jeffrey Musekiwa, I think coming from the private sector. We're going to have to see how we can unpack these alternative investments from the private sector. Jeffrey is a Group Chief Operating Officer at African Holdings Zambia Limited, a position he assumed in January 2023. Prior to that, he was the Chief Executive Officer of African Financial Services, the largest private sector investment manager in Zambia. And you can read the rest of the bio in the magazines that have been presented. Another male is Mr. Matete Sichizia, chartered accountant and a fellow of both the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, Master of Science degree in Insurance and Pensions, and he is currently Director of Investments at the National Pension Scheme. it's possible that he participated in building this structure where we're from. The next male, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Osia Kelly. Doc, distinguished advocate of the High Court, so just in case we say something illegal here, we can get out of jail. Master of Business Administration from Management College of Southern Africa, an accomplished leader in governance, a fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya, and a fellow member of the Kenya Institute of Management. Again, I think we can read the rest of the bio from there. So to set the scene, and strictly so, whilst the plane engines are warming up, I'm going to give the podium to Dr. Osano to set the scene, and he has exactly 20 minutes to summarize what the topic is all about, and then we can take it up from there. Dr. Osano.
Yeah, so good morning once again. Is it because it's just before lunch?
Sorry. Okay. Left out somebody. Andrew, did I call your name? Andrew, sorry, apologies. I'm trying to take off. Andrew is coming from the banking perspective, and he's going to tell us about some of the exciting things that the banking sector can and we should be doing in terms of technologies. Apologies, Andrew. You should have just walked here, man.
Yeah, so thank you very much, and good morning. I hope this is going to be better, yeah? Good morning? Yeah, that's much better. Because this is a very important topic, because we're talking about investments of scheme assets so that we can generate the return. And many times when we talk about investments, many of us think about public capital markets, isn't it? But we know public capital markets are necessarily not very large in the African context. And so we also need to consider about opportunities in the private capital markets. And so I don't want to share a lot of information about all the range of alternatives that are available, but I thought I should share a very specific opportunity that we've been supporting, FSD Africa, and hopefully to just to give you a flavor on what is possible when people think a little bit outside the box. So the presentation I'm going to make is called Local Currency Solution for Multilateral Development Bank Portfolio Transfer. It's a very, very simple concept. As you'll get to know, let me see, yeah. It's a fairly simple concept, so I'll talk a little bit about the background of this initiative, then talk about what we call the preliminary identification of the assets. We've done some market sounding with pension funds and fund managers in 7 countries in Africa, from West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Senegal. In East Africa, we've done market sounding in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. I think the lessons we're going to learn from that are going to be very important. And then I'll also talk a little bit about the feedback we got from those fund managers and also the fund structure that we are thinking about. And there are also some regulatory lessons that we got from that. Actually, I need to mention this upfront. One is that we are encouraging pension funds to invest, can I say internationally, to diversify away from the domestic economy. But very few investments are actually going into regional markets. In fact, the regulations are such that we cannot easily invest. A pension fund in Ghana cannot invest easily in Nigeria, and vice versa. And I had a conversation not long ago with, Association of Sovereign Wealth Funds in Africa, about 6 weeks ago in Mauritius, and the same topic was coming up. Yeah, so if all our sovereign wealth funds are investing in global markets outside the continent, why should we try to attract money into the continent if our own resources are naturally not being invested in the continent? Yeah, so this is an example of something like that. So great. So in June 2023, FSD Africa was selected by what we call the Multilateral Development Bank's Challenge Fund to develop what we call a local currency solution for MDB portfolio transfer. And it basically had 2 objectives. One was to buy existing portfolios of MDBs, so that those MDBs, once they got the money back, could recycle that into new projects. And then secondly, was to provide an opportunity for institutional investors who don't have access to those kind of opportunities. So if you look at, for example, renewable energy, transport, and all that, many of our pension funds are not invested in those areas, but MDBs are, and they have assets that are operational, they are brownfield, they have shown that they can generate cash flows and all that. So we're giving them an opportunity to get access to those portfolios that today exist within the MDBs portfolios. And then by so doing, we deepen our capital markets. So we deepen local currency financing. And so through this project, we've been, it had basically two phases. One was to do a feasibility study, and we presented the initial findings during the IMF World Bank annual meetings in Marrakesh in Morocco. That was November last year. And then we presented the feasibility study during the Africa Development Bank annual meetings in Nairobi. That was in May. So we are going into phase 2 of the project, which is basically designing a vehicle. And we are also in the process of finding a fund manager who is going to manage this fund. Great. So I'll skip that slide. Let me go back to this. I think this has been discussed, I think, previously in terms of the opportunity. As you can see, some work we did with the Blended Finance Task Force sometime last year and this year, which indicates that in Africa we currently have about $2.4 trillion of assets under management. I think the number is close to $3 trillion. And by 2040, it's going to grow to about 6.4, maybe $7 trillion. So we have a big pool of assets that can be invested. But we need to consider how we encourage that investment to go into alternatives, into the real sector, the social sector, because by so doing, we are also improving the economies, we are supporting job creation, we are supporting income growth and all that for the continent. And I'm contradicting myself here a little bit, because when I said the regulations are a bit of a problem, actually, indeed, when you look at the regulations and what asset managers are allowed to invest into in terms of alternatives, there is quite a bit of scope. You can see that. I won't go to the details. But in terms of what is actually being invested in alternatives, you can see this side of the slides, very, very small. I think the highest we have is Nigeria, 0.086%. Very, very, very small. And then collectively, I think we did this number with the Blended Finance Task Force. The average was, actually, was it the average or the weighted mean was 0.08%. So in one hand, you can say regulations are permitting investments into alternatives, but on the other hand, we are not seeing a lot of investment into alternatives. So we need to consider what else we can be able to do to encourage. Great. But I see a big opportunity, and historically, we know that there's been a very high allocation to government securities. But what we're seeing now is there is increased sovereign risk. Very many countries, more than half of the countries in Africa, have high levels of risk to debt distress. So I think fund managers are beginning to think government securities are no longer as risk-free as we thought before. Our capital markets are underdeveloped, but now we are seeing a much better enabling environment for investment into the capital markets. And then, of course, most of the alternatives have not necessarily aligned very well to the investment profiles of the fund managers, but we are seeing a bit of a change, especially with assets under management growing very quickly, as I mentioned before. There's an opportunity to start diversifying a little bit. There's a critical mass now that we can use. Yeah, so that's basically more or less what I shared is more by background. So I'll talk a little bit about what we found out, because as part of this project, we had to look at the MDB portfolios. So we spent a lot of time looking at their financial statements, what they have disclosed over time, to understand what kind of opportunities exist there. So I'll be sharing a little bit of that, which is on the supply side. But before I do that, I think this is a very important statistic that I'm sharing. The GEMS database was issued, the latest GEMS database was updated this year. And what actually it indicates that the recovery rates for the MDB portfolios globally, Africa has the highest recovery rates. So in other words, what you're saying is that the risk of that portfolio in Africa is the lowest globally. I mean, it's very counterintuitive, isn't it? We always think that Africa has the highest risk, but what we are seeing is that recovery rates are actually the highest in Africa. In fact, about 2 to 3 years ago, Moody's also did a report that indicated, when you look at credit losses and all that, Africa had the second lowest among the different continents. And I think there's a debate on why that is the case. Part of it is people say is that when you think you're going to a risky area, you overprotect yourself, or we don't have enough investments to give us a very good sample and all that. But these are very important statistics to think about. So those portfolios are relatively sound and solid and all that. So for those of you who are worried about risk. Yeah, so as I said, we looked at 7 countries. We looked at a number of MDB portfolios, IFC, African Development Bank, EIB, TDB, we have looked at that portfolio as well, DBSA and others. And we wanted slightly longer portfolios, so more than 3 years remaining to maturity. We were interested in their private sector portfolios because we thought those ones have better pricing and investors are interested in return, so we didn't want to look at the sovereign portfolios. And so what did we find? Yeah, so what we found, and maybe let me skip this one. Yeah, so what indeed we found was that there was about $2.4 billion worth of IFC and FDB portfolios that were eligible for transfer, bearing in mind the different screens that we had. And you can see the different sectors that we are talking about. So that does not include DBSA, TDB, EIB, and others. $2.4 billion is available that we can actually acquire. We've also had an opportunity to engage with those MDBs themselves to understand whether they're actually interested in refinancing their portfolios, and I think the answer we are getting is a resounding yes. The other thing they have told us they want is to see whether they can co-invest alongside the local pension funds. They can bring in their dollars, hard currency, but local pension funds, because they have local currency, they can bring in their local currency and co-invest. So MDBs are very interested in those kind of opportunities. So on the demand side, as I said, we talked to a number of investors in different markets. Those are the assets under management. And you can see the Nigerian one, sorry, Oguche, that number is now $12.7 billion from $30 billion. That's because of the currency depreciation in Nigeria. So the same size now as Kenya, very unfortunately. And that's where diversification is actually important. Having exposure to different investment opportunities in different currencies as well helps as well. So we talked to the bulk of the largest investors, so approximately accounting for more than 50% of assets under management in those countries, as you can see. So in Uganda, 90%, because that was NSSF, which accounts for a very big percentage of the assets under management there. And what did we hear from our discussion from fund managers? What they told us is that they have a very strong preference for local currency because that's what they have in plenty. They also told us they are also interested in getting some hard currency exposure because that's what gives them diversification. And then, of course, they also talked about investing regionally where it's possible, like in the YMU region. In terms of return expectations, what they said is that the return expectations are driven by the local market circumstances. So they want to benchmark against government securities, even though we haven't had government securities are no longer as risk-free. They are also interested in ESG-aligned assets, which is very good relative to what we discussed early in the morning. In terms of tenor and liquidity, they said they can invest in slightly longer tenors because there's a lot of money coming in to pension funds. Every day they're collecting new contributions relative to the payouts, and the investment returns are high, so they can be able to take longer-term views. Now, in terms of the regulatory constraints, what they said is that the limits have been improved, but as I mentioned before, there are some challenges around investing regionally. NSSF Uganda, for example, told us, even though East Africa is considered a domestic market for investment purposes, and indeed 36% of the NSSF portfolio is outside Uganda, which is very commendable. But when they invest in Kenya, they are subject to tax, like withholding tax, which is a bit of a problem. It's kind of counterintuitive. Yeah? So we need to remove some of those barriers. And then, of course, in Nigeria, pension funds are not allowed to invest outside Nigeria unless they get presidential approval, the only grace they have is that they can invest in a regional fund provided 60% of the money gets invested into Nigeria. You know, those kind of restrictions is tough. In Ghana, there's a 5% allocation offshore, but they need Ministry of Finance approval to be able to invest offshore. So you can see it's very difficult for money to actually move across the continent. It's very counterintuitive, yeah? So we need to try and remove some of those barriers. And then, so in terms of safety requirements, because they thought the portfolios held by MDBs are very high quality, as I mentioned in my third slide or so, they were not very concerned about that, and so they didn't require guarantees and all that in any case, or credit enhancement. Yeah, so I think this is basically a summary of some of those conversations. I think I've tried to summarize that. In West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, fund managers are relatively interested in this. They are not very risk averse. I think, I'm sorry to say this, but in Kenya, the fund managers in Kenya were the most risk averse of all the managers we interviewed. So even though they thought that these portfolios are very sound and all that, but they also wanted 100% guarantees thrown in as well, you know, that kind of thing, yeah? And you can see in terms of tenure, they said, let's go up to 5 years, let's see what happens, and then now we can go to 15 years and all that. So very, very conservative, but Wasi Akil is here, maybe he'll speak to that. But most of the other fund managers were relatively, can I say, risk tolerant in a sense. Yeah, so, yeah, I think I've talked about that. So then, of course, given the constraints in terms of a regulatory perspective, understanding the size of investments that are available in terms of assets under management, we try to say, okay, if we are to set up this kind of fund, how much money can we actually mobilize? And the number we came up, this excludes South Africa, by the way, and it's just for those countries. That number is $6.6 billion. It's a large number. And then, of course, it also depends on where the fund is domiciled. That's driven by regulation. So if it's domiciled locally, we can be able to get nearly $9 billion. So it's a sizable pool of assets that can be invested in this kind of fund. Yeah, so with that in mind, of course, we've been thinking about what kind of fund structure we need. So we are thinking about a closed-ended fund, a Pan-African fund, which basically mobilizes pools of capital from different markets that will generally be denominated in US dollars. And then we're also thinking about sub-regional funds and country-specific funds that will be denominated in local currency. Yeah, I have 5 minutes, and fortunately I'm almost finishing, so I'll be done in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, so sub-regional funds and national funds can invest in local currency, but can also co-invest, because what we want to do is create a fund that can buy assets and also can co-invest alongside the MDBs. Yeah, so that's what we are thinking, so I'll move very quickly from that, because I've described it. Yeah, so good thing is that we are not creating something that is completely new. We have had some of these structures. So the African Development Bank, I believe in 2020, did a fund which was a syndication. It was a securitization, synthetic securitization called Room to Run. They raised about $1 billion. And then IFC has been doing a co-investment platform, co-lending platform. But the fund that is very close to what we are trying to achieve is called ILX. It's a co-investment platform. And the ILX basically got money from Dutch pension funds. The fund is about $1 billion. That fund is then co-investing alongside the MDBs in different markets, mostly the mature markets. So they're not investing so much into Africa. And so our fund is going to pull money from the market in Africa, buying existing portfolios, brownfield portfolios from MDBs, and co-investing alongside the MDBs in those infrastructure projects or renewable energy projects where we can generate a lot of development, impact and all that. And we are hopefully looking for a fund size of about $1 billion. So we want to be ambitious. We might do a smaller pilot, maybe $200, $300 million, but ultimately what we want is at least a fund of about $1 billion, and we hope that that will not be the starting point, because we know we can get up to, as I said, $9 billion, And in addition to that, we know MDBs are also interested. The pool of assets that we can buy is limited, but if we start considering the fact that we can do co-investments, then now, the size of the funds can actually increase. Yeah, so that is more or less like my second last slide, which is basically to say, in terms of what we are thinking, we want to make it very systemic. So we want to pull assets across different MDBs. So not just IFC, not just IFDB or DBSA and all that. We want different pools of assets from different MDBs, because then we can increase the pool of eligible assets. We also want, I think that's the main thing I can actually say. Of course, we're looking at ESG considerations as well. So in terms of where we are in the process, and I think I've talked about this, we have had a feasibility study that was launched during the Africa Development Bank annual meetings in Nairobi in May. We have been engaging with institutional investors after that. We've also been engaging with a number of the MDBs to find out the ones that want to start. We are in the process of appointing a fund manager, so an RFP should be going out very soon. We had an expressions of interest, and we had 16 fund managers from different countries coming through. So we have shortlisted 3, and we'll be sharing an RFP on that. And then after that, we'll work alongside the fund manager to do some pilot transactions. Either it will be at the Pan-African level, or it might be part of a sub-regional fund that we may look at. Yeah, and that is basically it. The feasibility study is available on our website. So if you want to access it, it's a slightly longer document. There's a lot of rich information. You can access it very easily. This presentation is also going to be available. As you notice, I skipped a few slides, but so it will be available for you to go through that. If you are interested, we'll be very happy to have further discussion as part of the structuring and the pilot transaction that we are doing. So let me stop here, Philip. I hope I've used the time as required.
Thank you very much. Doc, that was 19 minutes and 42 seconds. 19 minutes and 42 seconds. Yeah, very good. But just as a follow-up question, risk appears to be something that trustees and I suspect even the pension fund regulators will be looking at. How do we drive a mindset shift towards alternative investment, both from the trustees and maybe even the regulators, in a minute?
Yeah, so I think it's really managing the perception of risk, because, as I said before, when we think about investment, we tend to think about public markets, which is great, because there's high levels of disclosure, transparency, and all that, which is great. And then we've always had the perception that private capital markets, fund structures are more risky, which is not true, that disclosure is not as great, which is also not true. I mean, the beautiful thing about some of these transactions is that we can actually have very bespoke arrangements around those concerns, around risk. As we've seen in this particular fund, we are buying assets that are already operating, where cash flows have already been observed over a period of time in sectors that are very important for the different economies and all that. So risk is not necessarily very high. The underwriting process for generating these assets from the MDB's perspective, as you know, is very, very rigorous. And in addition to that, we were open to saying, okay, if trustees still and fund managers still feel this is risky, can we consider guarantee facilities and all that? And that can be thrown in as well. Of course, it compromises the return, because there's always a trade-off there. But we can manage that. We can manage to contain a fund and a structure like this to manage the perception of risk and all that, and create an opportunity that is interesting. We also, like, if we're working on other fund structures, we can have a blended structure where we can have development finance money or philanthropy money and all that to de-risk as an investment structure and all that. So there are many ways of actually managing this kind of vehicles and all that to make sure that the return profile that is required is achieved, the risk profile that investors are willing to take is guaranteed, If it's liquidity, that can also be addressed, because you can have a liquidity backstop mechanism and all that. It's possible. So we just have to try and shift our mindset that this is not necessarily a more risky proposition. And of course, bearing in mind that our public markets they're not as large as we want. Assets under management are growing, but the public markets are not necessarily growing in tandem to that. So we have to just think about looking at alternatives if we want to enhance the return and park the money in places where we can also contribute to the economy. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the issue of public markets versus private markets needs to be discussed further, especially with the fund managers and the sectors that pool savings, especially in Africa. Trying to get this from a practical perspective, and this question is directed at Machete Sichiza. NAPSA has invested in a road, I think maybe something like $300 million. We also know that you're putting, this is public information, you're putting something like $200 million in a coal-fired plant. I don't want to speak to the environmentalists just yet, but my question is about what are some of the specific challenges and opportunities you get to find in investing in this type of projects? Because some of them are not really coming in from the public market perspective. Just your experiences, the challenges and opportunities that you see, including possibly you can speak about return. You have about 2 minutes.
Thanks, Philip, and thanks for the invitation to share some thoughts. Speaking from a very practical perspective, based on the investments that we've done, we've looked at this as an opportunity. When you look at infrastructure, it's long-term in nature. That aligns with the objectives of most pension funds. We're looking long-term. And speaking to the two investments that we've done recently, the road, which is a 327-kilometer road, and we're putting in $300 million. This will be a road that will be concessioned for about 25 years, so it's very long-term in nature. So we looked at that, and we've looked at the cash flows over that long period of time, and we found that when we did our numbers, it made sense for us to invest. So we believe that we're going to get a good return. But being a public pension fund, we also looked at factors beyond just the return. What does an investment in an economically important infrastructure like the road do? And we see that it creates other opportunities for employment, for becoming a bit more efficient in how we run the economy, because if you can reduce the travel time between two very important economic centers within the country, then you begin to build efficiencies in how businesses can run. Currently, I think it takes about 7 hours to drive from Lusaka to Ndola. We believe that when the road is completed, that will be reduced to at least 3.5 hours. So we think that is going to create other opportunities to be efficient. So looking at it from an investor's perspective, it's an investment that we think aligns with our objectives of going long-term in our investments, as well as getting a good return. And mind you, it's a hard currency investment that we've done, so we think that embedded within the structure of the facility is an inflation protection, which is good for the fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it looks like NAPSA really is...
Sorry, maybe I can also just give a bit on the thermal plants that we've financed as well. We looked at what 300 megawatts addition to the country's capacity will be able to do. So aside the return that we'll get on the financing, we believe that an investment of that nature brings into the grid a stable base load that is important to run the industries, which industries we believe, if they can continue to run, will create employment, which for us as a pension fund then means that we've got members coming into the scheme. So some of these investments that we're making, we're taking a very holistic look at what the benefit will be beyond the return that we get as a fund. Thanks.
Very, very interesting. As you started talking about core, we experienced the power. I don't know whether it was by design. I think that's a good movie. Now, looking at long-term investment, and this question is directed at Geoffrey. NAPSA appears to be considering social and other aspects in trying to look at maybe the complete return. Probably that's a social return. But we know that, I think Evans did speak to this, even sovereigns can actually default. We never learned this at school 30 years ago. And we've also seen heightened levels of inflation. So fixed income securities could be good, but if inflation goes up, you actually get into the negatives as it were. For instance, in Zambia, I think the last announced inflation is something like 15.4%. So if you are seated at 22, before other expenses, you are making 7%. So you're really going towards the red danger zone. How can we use alternative investments in order to diversify the portfolio from, especially like what we've seen in a number of African countries, it's easier to just pack all the money, give it to the government, they give you the best return, then you can play golf. So how can alternative investments help pension funds meet their long-term return targets?
Thanks, Phil, for that question. If we start from the definition of alternative investments, that they are anything outside of listed equity, bonds, and cash, you immediately see that the universe is quite large. So the immediate benefit that comes, obviously, is diversification. And the fact that pension funds will then be able to diversify and, in theory, lower their correlation with these traditional assets, which is equity and bonds and cash. But also to bear in mind that in times of crisis, some of these theories, including correlations, do converge. And more importantly, in the context of our African markets, if we move away from the public space that we mentioned of listed equities, bonds, and cash, you will notice that we have already been investing in these alternative assets. If you look at Zambia, for example, I'm sure the PIA, the information that they've collated, will tell you that property, for example, is quite a significant portion of what we are currently invested in. So when we look up and talk about opportunities, I think we need to take that into account. The fact that in our markets, which are relatively shallower, some of these things we are already doing them. So obviously diversification is as I mentioned, is very key. But the other important thing is that it also allows those with the right skills and architecture to be able to exploit opportunities that come with these markets, because the fact that they are not publicly available, it allows those who have the skill and capacity to actually follow these investments, evaluate them, and ensure that they enhance their returns to augment what the public markets are normally offer. So the long-term benefit for pension funds really would be that they would be able to augment the public listed equities, bonds, and cash to enhance their returns and obviously enhance their yields.
Very, very well answered. So if we are already investing in these alternatives, and you do mention the issue of skills, so it's probably about exposure, skills, Are we discussing this in the investment committees as the trustees meet to evaluate some of these products? But Dr. Osia, what are the pension scheme need to do to navigate these risks, especially maybe on a mindset shift, because everyone can see the prices on the publicly available kind of products. But how do we actually navigate this risk-reward balance of what is known and what skill requires us to do? Dr. Osia.
Thank you very much, moderator. Yeah, I come from the pension schemes in Kenya, and our institution, which is one of the leading schemes in the country, we handle the issue of risks as trustees in the following manner. First of all, just like our speaker mentioned, there's a huge fear of the unknown by trustees. These are not experts in investments. They rely definitely on the asset managers, but also the asset managers are not long-term in their mandate with the funds. So they tend to want to play safe. So when it comes to alternative asset classes, which has got a long-term or a medium-term investment period, there is a challenge there. So how we are working on it is actually using the principle, maybe what you would call the frog principle, you know, the analogy of a frog. If you want a frog to tolerate high temperatures in a boiling pot, you socialize it slowly and get it without, and after, from the point of the cold water slowly warming up to the point when it begins to boil, the frog will not jump out even when it's now very hot. Basically what it means that you take baby steps. So the first baby step is create securitize the alternative asset. For example, it's property or an infrastructure. As much as possible, have it securitized so that it can therefore be taken to the market, remove the liquidity risk, and create an exit environment for the short term, for making it a bit short term in terms of those who want to exit. The second one is providing an additional guarantee, knowing the reason why we are aggregating our investments into public sector or sovereign bonds and such instruments and papers. Obviously, you've got to create another layer of security. So, providing security in terms of guarantee allays some of the initial fears of funds and trustees to invest. The third one, which is actually what we are working on in Kenya, and indeed under our association, ASA, our Africa-wide Social Security Association, is to work on sharing the burdens and combining our weaknesses into a strength by aggregating ourselves when we are dealing with a particular investment vehicle, so that we can then combine our knowledge and our service providers work together, and therefore we tend to take comfort in numbers. That's a very fundamental thing. It's also African, that whenever you want to attack an enemy, you want to do it together. So in Kenya, as the chairman of the pension funds in Kenya, we have actually come up with a club. We are calling ourselves the Park Hunters Club. In other words, we deal with these kind of alternative investments as a pack. We share everything, we look at the opportunity together, and therefore we are able to de-risk it and give comfort to all of us. And then, of course, we scale it. We're able to scale it. We know we have not been investing in some of those investments. We know we've not even invested enough offshore enough, but it's because of majorly either lack of knowledge or capacity and also the fear factor. So those are the inputs, Mr. Model, which we use to...
Let me just extend that thought, the park and everything else, and also from a regulatory perspective, there is this risk. I know risk is real, but sometimes it's imaginary as well. Until we see somebody else has succeeded, then we also want to do it. Sometimes that's too late. I'll give an example. We had the first green bond issuance in Zambia, something like $53 million. Only two, I think, entities participated, and it was something like 173% oversubscribed. And now everyone is calling the regulator as if we are responsible for book building. Like, why didn't we participate? In fact, in that particular issuance, the first coupon was issued, $2.3 million, and that's now everyone says we should have been on board. Is it lack of data? Are we not doing enough analytics? Now, Andrew, knowing that some of these products are not publicly available in terms of data, I mean, you don't find them listed and you don't find the prices, how can the markets, especially trustees, the pension fund regulators, use technology such as maybe data analytics to improve the due diligence process? So this is all about understanding something. So what data would you be looking for in making investment decisions in this almost like a black box or a dark pool kind of arrangement? Because going back to Geoffrey's issue, it's about skill. So is it possible to use data analytics to get out of this and maybe get ahead of the pack? Andrew?
No, thank you. Thanks for that question. And it's a loaded question, so let me approach it from a banker's point of view. So there's the technology aspect that we will consider when you're analyzing versus the data. So from a tech point of view, you think about the nuances of artificial intelligence, for example, right? What can artificial intelligence do for you when you're analyzing your data? And I know Christopher spoke about this yesterday, but there's certain aspects around data. So at the collection and the analysis point of view, there's what they call the big data, which can help you analyze huge amounts of data, help you identify trends and risks within that data. There's machine learning, which is more of an algorithmic analysis, which learns the data and helps you pick up trends which you normally wouldn't pick up from your Excel sheets. From a reporting point of view, you can also use data to help you report, and also just to you can use artificial intelligence for reporting purposes. You can also use it for risk assessment as well. So predictive analytics, it can analyze different scenarios for you, look at it in different ways, and unpack that data. Again, because it's a machine, to borrow Christopher's words, it will work 365 days around the clock, no days off, no leave days. So it's working for you. And from a technology point of view around data, you can then collect this data and help you make an informed decision. But again, from a data aspect, where you analyze is where you're collecting this data from. When you look at an investment, right, you're looking at it, okay, where am I investing? Which region is this? So you have to collect data from a macro level, from a macro point of view. In that region or in that country, what's the GDP been? What's the inflation rate? So you get all your macro information. You get the market data. You look at how has this market, for example, performed in that region or country. How have the bond yields been within a given period of time? Then you get into the granular detail for a particular, if it's a company you're investing into. You look at it, you unpack their financials, income statement, efficiently has the company been run from a return on equity, a return on assets point of view. Obviously, you don't want to look at the company in isolation, you look at the industry in which the company is operating in. How has the industry grown? What's the competitive landscape, for example? What's the regulatory environment within that particular industry? Because you don't want to invest in a place where regulation will then won't be in your favor in the next 6 months or 1 year. It's rendering your investment inadequate. And even just importantly, your qualitative data, the management for the particular entity if you're investing into, what's their strategy in and around. So to summarize, you collect data from multiple points, whether through technology, through research, but using technology and whatever information you then collect to try to help you make a more informed decision by reducing your risk and even just being sure that whatever investment you're making, you'll be happy with your decision at the end of the day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And talking about data and getting back to skills, Dr. Osia, are these packs of investors, trustees, looking at alternative ways of trying to mitigate risk? I have in mind the use of derivatives. I know some of my regulatory friends here, especially pension funds, immediately you hear derivatives, you want to really run away and run away fast. Are there good derivatives that could be used to mitigate some of these risks that are sometimes imaginary but sometimes real? Doc?
Yes, they are there. Actually, Kenya is one of the capital markets which has an operational derivative market, although of course there's still that fear factor by investors because they don't understand. You know, the beauty about derivatives is that you can gain by both the ups and the downside performance of the derivatives. That's something which is a very good risk mitigator. And this can only be a good thing, particularly if it is anchored on a good investment, in other words, either a very good blue chip equity or a curve from those listed equities, and also from commodities. I think maybe commodities would give a lot of comfort to a lot of us because we understand the underlying asset is a solid one. If it is gold, for example, or in this country, it would be copper, and maybe cobalt in other countries. So basically, again, these are areas which as a newly formed Park Hunters Club in Kenya, we really, it's more easier to socialize with everybody when they join together in doing the same thing. There is a lot of comfort in numbers. And I think that's what I would recommend to all of us, that don't do it alone. Share the risks, share the assessment cost, work with all your fund asset managers, if you have any, to work together. And at the end of the day, I know in Africa, one of the best ways we make decisions, either in the community, in the villages, and even in our offices, is through committees. We like setting up committees. So kindly set up the committee of trustees who want to make the investment jointly. Set up the investment, the fund managers, you set up a joint investment committee. And they vote unanimously, and the investment is made. So that's how we should do it. We do it the Africa way. Comfort in numbers. Yeah? So I would like to comment that very strongly. Yeah. Secondly, we are one of the first in our country, we are also the first one to invest or to list a REIT, real estate investment trust, as a pension fund. So some of these pioneering institutions should be lauded. I want to laud our brothers NAPSA here for some of your alternative investments like the roads. We want to do a similar thing in Kenya. And we also want to promote Africa-wide aggregation of our investments. And we need to remove the barriers. I know I'm speaking to our regulators here. There's no need for you to, you know, sometimes in Africa, we normally say the parent knows everything. We look at the regulators as our parents. The same with the teacher. If the teacher says this is okay, everybody will follow and do it. So kindly regulators, loosen your regulations and allow us to invest.
That's extremely important, and I'm glad you mentioned things like REITs. I think in the same pack we can include things like exchange-traded funds. Some of my regulatory colleagues, again, you say exchange-traded funds, and if Investopedia defines it as a derivative, just the word derivative showing up changes everything, including good derivatives. I don't really want to ask the gentleman from NAPSA, but I think we're talking about portfolio diversification. If you put all your money in this lovely infrastructure where we are, you can make tons of money, or you could lose tons of money. But if you only owned 25% of it, then you only lose 25%. Even at an individual level, these are the mistakes we make. We see a good project, then Philip should make all the money. But Philip could lose all the money. Geoffrey, what are some of your considerations that you look at in balancing things? I know you are a bit into private equity to some extent. I'm speaking as the regulator. Geoffrey, that's the question to you.
No, thanks, Phil. So I think there are a number of considerations in the evaluation process. I think the first one, obviously, is to understand the suitability of the investment. I think we mentioned the fact that away from just listed equities, bonds, and cash, there is a wide spectrum of opportunities in the alternative investments, from infrastructure, even buying forestries, buying private companies, buying private debt. So suitability is very important in terms of the client, your understanding of your own client and their own risk profile. It becomes very key because it informs, one, whether or not that client will actually invest in that asset, and secondly, the amount within the regulatory limit, the amount in which they can invest. The second issue, I feel, is obviously thorough due diligence. It's very, very important. Here, normally, it would be important for trustees and fund managers to seek external assistance if necessary, because if they miss that step and the due diligence is not done properly, it also becomes a very serious problem. The third issue, perhaps, to consider is to make a decision on the investment vehicle that is to be used for investing. And also that is informed sometimes by the amount of money. Matete mentioned big ticket amounts of 200, 300 million. I'm not sure whether, even if that opportunity was extended to our local pension funds, they would have invested in the same space. So it's important to understand whether it's going to go through a fund or directly, and with a thorough assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of using either a fund or direct investments or co-investment with others. The last thing, Philip, which I think is very important, is for pension funds to understand fully, and their fund managers to understand fully the liquidity needs of their clients. Alternative investments, by their very nature, are long-term investments. And what that does is, obviously, it impedes upon meeting certain obligations if too much money is put in alternative investments. So it's very important for those who are doing the analysis, the evaluations, to consider the liquidity needs. And I stress this, Philip, because in the last few years, we have seen situations where funds have been liquidated, not because they've not done well, but because of regulation, perhaps change of employer, and so on. And I think it's very important to mention this, because here is one who makes a decision saying this is long term, and then suddenly the fund comes to an end. It becomes the role of the fund manager to make sure that they orderly liquidate those assets. Now, if they were for long term, then it means either they have to find a taker in their portfolio if they are big enough, or try to put it out to the market. So I think liquidity.
So the issue of liquidity really
is very, very important.
Let me extend that thought to Evans. You talked about these MDBs. That really sounds like real estate investment trusts in a different form. A fund is being created and you expect a lot of people to invest in it. If we do not understand REITs, how do we understand the product that you're trying to introduce? In 1 minute, what's your experience and expectations?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. So the fund we are seeking to establish is actually a debt fund. Yeah, so we're not looking at taking equity positions in some of the investment. It's actually debt. And a lot of these MDBs are provided debt to different investments, be it infrastructure, it could be a power plant, it could be a transmission line, it could be something like that. So it's the debt in those investments that we're looking at. And then, of course, that debt, we'll be looking at tenors, obviously. So if you're putting a debt fund, I think it's self-liquidating in a sense, yeah, because it's a portfolio, yeah? So it's not like a single investment you're making, yeah? So it's a portfolio of different debt instruments, which have different cash flow requirements and all that. So the duration of that fund can actually be very short, because there is money always coming in from different maturing investments. There is interest that is being paid on a periodic basis. So you can have a structure that is actually very beautiful, self-liquidating. It's almost like same as investing in a single security, a single debt security, but now it's in a fund, which makes it even better from a liquidity perspective and from a risk diversification perspective as well.
Yeah.
And then also maybe if you're talking about different MDBs, different regions and all that, I think then again you have diversification geographically as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Geoffrey did speak to small pension funds and needing to probably pool resources to get to invest in a 300, 400 megawatt kind of power system. But it goes back to data analytics, understanding the business and everything else. Andrew, are there any regulatory concerns? I don't really want to attack my regulatory friends. You have to be careful. But are there regulatory concerns that you see maybe affect the need to adopt these alternative investments that we're talking about? In 1 minute.
Yeah, so yes, there will always be regulatory concerns with alternative investments because in its nature, alternative is not the vanilla we're used to. Even at home, when your wife always cooks chicken, and then all of a sudden there's a crocodile on the table, you have a concern to see if you're eating the right thing. But I think how we overcome these regulatory concerns from an alternative investment point of view is from a transparency, making sure that there's enough information about the particular investment that you're looking to invest into, making sure that there's no information asymmetry. When you look at an apple from any angle, your viewpoint should be that this apple is red. It shouldn't be from the side it's blue or green or yellow, but from an information point of view, information should be the same about this investment. Another way that you bring the regulator to the table with their concerns is around the valuation of the particular investment. How's the valuation been done? There are certain investments such as real estate or private equity where the valuations can be complex and subjective at times, but making sure the valuation process is clear and the information is there, it can give a comfort to the regulator to make a decision. Again, I know it's been spoken to around liquidity. Alternative investments are illiquid by their nature. They normally hold to maturity type of investments. The regulator's concern there would be what happens when the investor wants to redeem that investment earlier than the maturity date. So having that information up front, and it will help them also come to the table to make a decision.
Okay, before I come back to extend further your thoughts, I think it also affects this product that Doc was talking about, Osano. And whilst you're thinking through what to share with us, I would want NAPSA to look and share maybe how they hope to participate in other alternative investments. I think there's an issue of somebody stepping into the water before everyone else gets to see that it's safe. But in more of times than not, sometimes becomes late. All the top soup has been eaten. Those of us who went to boarding school, top soup was the best thing. You needed to be the first person, otherwise, yeah, Dr. Osano, this issue of regulatory, in a minute, any regulatory concerns as you try to promote this product?
Thank you very much for that opportunity, actually. I was looking forward to that opportunity. So, a few things I wanted to say. One is, if you're setting up a Pan-African fund to buy existing portfolios from MDBs, and we know those assets are good, they're geographically spread, which is good as well. They're intercontinent, which basically means they're contributing. So the concern I have is whether a Nigerian pension fund can actually invest in a vehicle like that. Today, the answer is probably not, because they'll need the president to say, guys, this is a good idea, yeah? Or they need the money, 60% of that money to be invested in Nigeria. Of course, we are not going to set up a fund like that. So we want to remove those kind of barriers, and I think it's a very important point to make on that. The other one is on what is permissible in terms of, say, offshore investments and whatever, alternative investments. And so right now what we have gone, the process that we have is basically you have maximum limits. You can invest up to 5%, up to 10%, something like that. Yeah, which does not necessarily encourage investment sometimes for people who are very risk averse. Yeah? So that's why I like this Regulation 28. And in some countries I'm hearing people beginning to say, I had the same thing concerned actually in Nigeria and Ghana. Can we put minimums? Instead of maximums, can we consider having minimums and all that? I was not a very big supporter of that, but I'm beginning to entertain that idea. So maybe that's what we need to consider also in some cases. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that for alternatives, there is what is permitted and there is the process. And I'll give a very practical example here as well. Now, in our discussions with NSSF Uganda, they said if it's a listed instrument, they have discretionary mandate. If it's not listed, even if it's investing in exactly the same assets, they need to go to their trustees, they need to go to their board. Their board is, I know there are many politicians in this room. The board is comprised of people who have a political interest in an investment. So NSSF Uganda is investing in a vehicle in Kenya that is going to fund SMEs. And the politicians on the NSSF Uganda board will ask, why not in Uganda? That kind of thing. They're not looking at whether the return is good, whether it has other social, economic impacts and all that kind of thing. So the process. So there's a regulation and the process. The process can be very long. So for those kind of investments, it will take like 1 year or more to overcome the challenges posed by the board of the trustees and all that. So it's something that we have to also look at in terms of, yes, this is permitted, but what is the process of making investments into alternatives? Because if the process is too long and uncertain, no one will even try to do that. No one will put their head on the chopping board for something that might not get approved and all that. So we must also make the process seamless for this kind of investments.
We have 19 minutes. In 1 minute, looking forward, other than the roads, the hotel we are in, the coal-fired plant, you are like the leader in terms of maybe trying to go into into exotic kind of assets. What's your view in the next 5 years? Where else do you see yourself in, considering the fact that you need to diversify your portfolio as well?
Thanks, Philip. When we look at the population growth rate in Africa at the moment, I think Africa has the fastest growing population, meaning that there will be a lot of opportunities created in manufacturing, in consumer goods markets, and I think the demand for infrastructure that supports growing communities will be there. It may not be roads, but there are other alternative infrastructure that will be required to support this growing population. So we think that there will be opportunities in things like investing in telecom infrastructure. We've seen that in some other places there are opportunities to, say, create grids in communities that are being created. It may still be related to issues of energy, but these are facilities that support and expand in communities. So we think that there will be opportunities in that. But with a growing population and consumer market, we think that opportunities will open up in manufacturing and particularly consumer goods. If you look at some of the fast-moving goods providers, they are growing quite rapidly. So there will be opportunities for investors in that. What is key for pension funds like ourselves and the private pension schemes is to understand the different business models, which may not be your traditional business models, and leveraging the opportunities that will be opening up because of everything that is happening. But I also wanted to mention that, you see, with evolving technology and the innovation that's coming about, pension funds should also be looking to how they can step into the space of technology and see how they can invest and be able to get returns from the opportunities that technology is opening up. Thanks.
We can take questions. We have something like 16 minutes. Do we have any questions? We're supposed to have one hour, 20 minutes. We can override them. 10 minutes, okay. We've got 10 minutes. Questions? I'm blind. Can somebody read for me? What's it? Can you read?
So one reads, is impact investing a viable investment option in Africa to combine ESG and alternative investments?
I think that goes to Dr. Osano. He's done a lot of work around ESG and impact investment, maybe less than a minute.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. So as we've heard since morning yesterday, traditionally we went to school and we were told risk and return. You maximize returns for the given level of risk, or you minimize risk for a given level of return, isn't it? That's what we were taught. But now we're in a context where we're in a continent that is developing, that needs capital, that is generating, where population is growing very quickly and we need to generate jobs and things like that. Climate change and all that. So we are sort of, can I say, persuaded to consider ESG investments. Although we call that responsible investment in some cases. We call it do no harm and mitigate ESG risks. That's what responsible investment is all about. But I think we need to move beyond that towards what we call sustainable investment, where you're talking about creating solutions in addition to getting your returns. I think that's the sweet spot where I want us to be. Because when you go to the full spectrum of capital, and the end of that spectrum is impact investing. That impact investment space is mostly for philanthropies and all that. Impact investors who are more interested in creating an impact, and the returns become secondary. So impact is first, return is second. But I think if we can become sustainable investors, we can have a sweet spot where we can generate returns and also generate impact by providing solutions to some of the challenges that we are facing and all that. Yeah, so that's really what I could say, and I think that's what everybody should be looking to do. Because otherwise then you will retire, your pensioners will retire into a planet or into a continent that is not livable. So you have to retire into a livable planet as well. Yeah.
There is a specific question for Dr. Osea. I don't know whether you can read from there. What percentage of assets would you... Yes, can you... Less than 30 seconds. You can't see.
I can't see because of this plant here. Can you read for me?
It says to Dr. Osia, what threshold or percentage of pension fund net assets can you recommend for a scheme to invest in? That's consultants, huh?
I think that's a bit of a challenge. What I would like to say is that it is important that we invest in all sectors of the permissible investments in our regulatory framework. I mean, there should be no zero or nil investment in any of the categories. But on that, the end of the day, of course, the first item we are looking for is a high return, low risk. But then we need to also take a position of a smoothening effect by investing in a medium to high, on an average return with basically low risk. And then we also need to be able to consider beyond the horizon, which is a common horizon, which is maybe 3 years, and short term, 5 years. I think we need to think long term. And longer term means you really are taking a leap of faith to the very long future. There are many things there you may need to consider, but because pension funds are generally long-term assets, then it is possible to have that kind of profile. So my recommendation is that,
in the interest of time, sit with Dr. Osia during dinner and ensure the person who asked the question, you get a full answer over the 3-course meal that we're going to have. The next question, in less than 30 seconds, we only have 1 minute. I think, Geoffrey, should you as a private pension fund manager compensate pension funds once you make losses in some of these exotic, exciting products that you're talking about? That's a question for you. In less than 30 seconds.
I hope that question didn't come from Madam Ntini. Philip, to my understanding, especially in the Zambian context, I think before the promulgation of the recent investment guidelines, derivatives were not allowed to be invested in. Subsequent, I think they were allowed, but for risk management purposes. So if that is the case, I would imagine that there would be a process, including escalation, even to the regulator. So wearing my fund manager hat, I would think that it would be improper to put it to the pension fund manager alone. But maybe just to mention, to give context to the issue of derivatives, especially in the context of Zambia. If you look at South Africa, for example, I think the reason why they have a thriving derivative market is because their markets are much deeper and more liquid, and also things like interest rates are more enabling. So here in Zambia, I think it's something that we need to consider, and as we walk on that journey, to see the suitability and the relevance of those derivatives in a context where interest rates and other considerations are not conducive. Yeah.
Again, we've run out of time, unfortunately. We can go on and on and on and on. My summarizing comments is I always tend to think all products are derivatives. Equity derives its value from the way the company gets to operate, and then we get to pricing all these perceptions and everything else. I think bonds derive their value from the ability of the issuer to generate cash flows and be able to pay the semi-annual coupons and things like that. I think it's the level of risk in a particular asset that I hope the pension fund regulators, the trustees, the managers, and everyone else should be looking at, as opposed to what it is, whether it's got 4 legs, a tail, and something. I think it's beyond that. I think this is the message maybe we end our conversations with. Would have loved to have like 4 hours, but looking at the limited allowances we're being paid, maybe we are done. Thank you very much for listening in. I think we're done.
Another big round of applause. Yeah, big round of applause. We seem to be getting a lot of requests to extend the period, the time for these sessions, Mrs. Ntini. So I guess that means that we should ask some of these that are actually asking to sponsor next year for a longer conference, to accommodate longer periods of the sessions. I don't know if Mr. Chitalu heard that comment. Chitalu. Mr. Chitalu. He's ignoring me. Since you've asked for more time, maybe the next conference SCC can sponsor for, a longer period. Yeah, So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last session of this first segment of the day. We will now be breaking for lunch, and lunch will be served in the same place it was yesterday, in the restaurant. We are better in terms of time keeping today than we were yesterday. So I think we can stick to the timelines that are in the program. We break now, and we are back here at 14 hours for the next presentation with Dr. Shem Ouma. Let's go for lunch. Bon appetit, and see you in an hour.
Will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's ancient journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there.
We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, PIA, the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries in Zambia. Our functions include registration of pension schemes, licensing insurance entities and pension scheme service providers, prudential regulation and supervision of regulated entities, formulation and enforcement of standards of conduct for the pensions and insurance industries, protection of pension scheme members and insurance policyholders, and advising government on pension and insurance matters. Our vision is to become a model pensions and insurance industries regulator. Our mission is to effectively regulate, supervise, and promote the development of the pensions and insurance industries in order to protect the interests of pension scheme members and insurance policy holders. Our values, you might ask. I see PIA: integrity, collaboration, professionalism, innovation, and accountability is what we believe in. At PIA, we work with honesty and uphold ethical standards at all times. Our integrity matters. We support and partner with stakeholders to effectively attain our collective goals. Collaboration is what we are about. We pride ourselves on being knowledgeable and courteous as we deliver high-quality work outcomes in a timely manner. Professionalism is key. As a regulatory authority, we embrace innovation and are driven by creativity while always striving for efficacy by enabling the development of new products, services, and systems in the pensions and insurance industries. Innovation moves the world. We accept the consequences of our decisions and actions. We are accountable for our actions. Our current strategic pillars focus on: number 1, visibility, stakeholder engagement, and government advisory. We aim to develop the pensions and insurance industries through strengthened engagement, client satisfaction, and public awareness of pensions and insurance. Number 2, financial inclusion. We are encouraging the growth of non-traditional imperatives in the market by promoting fintech and data-driven solutions. Number 3, industry stability. As the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries, we endeavor to promote and improve the safety and financial soundness of the market. Number 4, operational excellence. In order to deliver quality outcomes, the authority is focusing on operational excellence by developing internal ICT and business processes. Number 5, capacity building. Human resource is the biggest asset of any organization. The authority, therefore, prioritizes a high-level and performance-driven culture. We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, protecting today, building confidence, and securing tomorrow.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference, taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants will have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbe Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers. A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference, taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants will have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th ABSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away, all in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, PIA, the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries in Zambia. Our functions include registration of pension schemes, licensing insurance entities and pension scheme service providers, prudential regulation and supervision of regulated entities, formulation and enforcement of standards of conduct for the pensions and insurance industries, protection of pension scheme members and insurance policyholders, and advising government on pension and insurance matters. Our vision is to become a model pensions and insurance industries regulator. Our mission is to effectively regulate, supervise, and promote the development of the pensions and insurance industries in order to protect the interests of pension scheme members and insurance policy holders. Our values, you might ask. I see PIA: integrity, collaboration, professionalism, innovation, and accountability is what we believe in. At PIA, we work with honesty and uphold ethical standards at all times. Our integrity matters. We support and partner with stakeholders to effectively attain our collective goals. Collaboration is what we are about. We pride ourselves on being knowledgeable and courteous as we deliver high-quality work outcomes in a timely manner. Professionalism is key. As a regulatory authority, we embrace innovation and are driven by creativity while always striving for efficacy by enabling the development of new products, services, and systems in the pensions and insurance industries. Innovation moves the world. We accept the consequences of our decisions and actions. We are accountable for our actions. Our current strategic pillars focus on: number 1, visibility, stakeholder engagement, and government advisory. We aim to develop the pensions and insurance industries through strengthened engagement, client satisfaction, and public awareness of pensions and insurance. Number 2, financial inclusion. We are encouraging the growth of non-traditional imperatives in the market by promoting fintech and data-driven solutions. Number 3, industry stability. As the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries, we endeavor to promote and improve the safety and financial soundness of the market. Number 4, operational excellence. In order to deliver quality outcomes, the authority is focusing on operational excellence by developing internal ICT and business processes. Number 5, capacity building. Human resource is the biggest asset of any organization. The authority, therefore, prioritizes a high-level and performance-driven culture. We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, protecting today, building confidence, and securing tomorrow.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent, alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those and informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all hard workers.
We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, PIA, the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries in Zambia. Our functions include registration of pension schemes, licensing insurance entities and pension scheme service providers, prudential regulation and supervision of regulated entities, formulation and enforcement of standards of conduct for the pensions and insurance industries, protection of pension scheme members and insurance policyholders, and advising government on pension and insurance matters. Our vision is to become a model pensions and insurance industries regulator. Our mission is to effectively regulate, supervise, and promote the development of the pensions and insurance industries in order to protect the interests of pension scheme members and insurance policyholders. Our values, you might ask. I see PIA. Integrity, collaboration is what we are about. We pride ourselves on being knowledgeable and courteous as we deliver high-quality work outcomes in a timely manner. Professionalism is key. As a regulatory authority, we embrace innovation and are driven by creativity while always striving for efficacy by enabling the development of new products, services, and systems in the pensions and insurance industries. Innovation moves the world. We accept the consequences of our decisions and actions. We are accountable for our actions. Our current strategic pillars focus on: number 1, visibility, stakeholder engagement, and government advisory. We aim to develop the pensions and insurance industries through strengthened engagement, client satisfaction, and public awareness of pensions and insurance. Number 2, financial inclusion. We are encouraging the growth of non-traditional imperatives in the market by promoting fintech and data-driven solutions. Number 3, industry stability. As the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries, we endeavor to promote and improve the safety and financial soundness of the market. Number 4, operational excellence. In order to deliver quality outcomes, the authority is focusing on operational excellence by developing internal ICT and business processes. Number 5, capacity building. Human resource is the biggest asset of any organization. The authority, therefore, prioritizes a high-level and performance-driven culture. We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, protecting today, building confidence, and securing tomorrow.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, PIA, the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries in Zambia. Our functions include registration of pension schemes, licensing insurance entities and pension scheme service providers, prudential regulation and supervision of regulated entities, formulation and enforcement of standards of conduct for the pensions and insurance industries, protection of pension scheme members and insurance policyholders, and advising government on pension and insurance matters. Our vision is to become a model pensions and insurance industries regulator. Our mission is to effectively regulate, supervise, and promote the development of the pensions and insurance industries in order to protect the interests of pension scheme members and insurance policy holders. Our values, you might ask. I see PIA: integrity, collaboration, professionalism, innovation, and accountability is what we believe in. At PIA, we work with honesty and uphold ethical standards at all times. Our integrity matters. We support and partner with stakeholders to effectively attain our collective goals. Collaboration is what we are about. We pride ourselves on being knowledgeable and courteous as we deliver high-quality work outcomes in a timely manner. Professionalism is key. As a regulatory authority, we embrace innovation and are driven by creativity while always striving for efficacy by enabling the development of new products, services, and systems in the pensions and insurance industries. Innovation moves the world. We accept the consequences of our decisions and actions. We are accountable for our actions. Our current strategic pillars focus on: number 1, visibility, stakeholder engagement, and government advisory. We aim to develop the pensions and insurance industries through strengthened engagement, client satisfaction, and public awareness of pensions and insurance. Number 2, financial inclusion. We are encouraging the growth of non-traditional imperatives in the market by promoting fintech and data-driven solutions. Number 3, industry stability. As the regulator of the pensions and insurance industries, we endeavor to promote and improve the safety and financial soundness of the market. Number 4, operational excellence. In order to deliver quality outcomes, the authority is focusing on operational excellence by developing internal ICT and business processes. Number 5, capacity building. Human resource is the biggest asset of any organization. The authority, therefore, prioritizes a high-level and performance-driven culture. We are the Pensions and Insurance Authority, protecting today, building confidence, and securing tomorrow.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbe Sokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familiar resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's
It's at times like this. Times like this, I remember my mother, because she clearly told me that it's very rude to interrupt people when they're speaking. And then with the work I do, it's a catch-22 situation. So may I humbly and kindly ask that we take our seats as we get ready for the final segment of our conference. So if this was a relay, this would be the last leg, the last lap. Yeah, the home stretch. So we're going quickly into session 8, which is mitigating longevity risk in the face of rapid demographic change. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Alfred Ouma Shem. Dr. Shem is the head of APSA Secretariat and the Director of Research, Strategy and Planning at the Retirement Benefits Authority of Kenya since 2014. He was previously the manager and head of Financial Access and Inclusion section of the Financial Inclusion and Stability Division in the Research and Policy Analysis Department of the Central Bank of Kenya, where he worked for 6 years from 2009. He has been a senior lecturer of economics at the Moi University, a lecturer of economics at Egerton University, and a research fellow at the Institute for Development Studies of the University of Nairobi. Dr. Shem studied for his PhD in economics at the University of Cologne in Germany under DAAD, which is a German academic exchange service sponsorship, after doing his master's degree in economics and bachelor's degree in economics and business studies at Kenyatta University. He's a founding member of the Alliance for Financial Inclusion, Data Inclusion Working Group, and now a primary member of Inclusive Green Finance Working Group. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, for Dr. Alfred Ouma Shem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know, like yesterday, we've had a sumptuous meal, and we ran the risk of developing Chinese eyes in the room or going into deep meditation. But I hope that the team we have is going to make this session quite lively. It is a topic that we picked on to close the day. Remember, all the discussions we've had is how do we have effective pension systems that can work for us. And when we are just about to get there in the discussions, I think there are new challenges that are emerging. We have raised resources, we have good systems, we've grown the coverage, we've invested well, and now when retirees are about to just sit and eat, new challenges have emerged. And so the topic we have for session A today is mitigating longevity risk in the face of rapid demographic change. I think from the first presentation we had a lot of data on population dynamics. What we have today is a population of about 1.5 billion, roughly 20% of the global population. At the same time, we are the continent that is experiencing the fastest growth of the elderly population, 69 million in 2017, which is poised to rise to 226 million in 2050. That population is rising fast and is staying longer than our earlier generations, thanks to improvements in Medicare and nutrition. So life expectancy is rising both at birth and at retirement. Life expectancy at retirement is averaging about 17 to 20 years in the continent. So we are going to live longer than our forefathers when they worked and retired. And that poses the challenge of longevity risk, implying that we are likely to outlive the savings that we'll have built over time. So we really needed to do something about that. To help unravel this is a team of experienced practitioners in the industry. And I want to start by inviting our presenter for this afternoon. And that is none other than the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of N-Wealth Financial Services, Mr. Simon Mafubwa, in the room. He's going to make the opening presentation that is going to open our eyes into this particular discussion. So he's the founder, member of N-Wealth Financial Services, and also the Chief Executive Officer. He has over 13 years experience in the industry. He's a graduate of the University of Nairobi with a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, Actuarial Mathematics option, and a financial analyst. I want you to put your hands together to welcome our presenter on the stage. At the same time, thank you. I also want to have on stage the distinguished panelists for this session. And let me invite to the front Mr. Henry Mono. Mr. Henry is a health and social protection economist with over 13 years experience in health financing, social protection and economic policy research and program management, implementation and governance. He is currently the Director of Research, Planning and Strategy at the National Health Insurance Management Authority in Zambia. Kindly put your hands together for him. Our next panelist is Mr. Kanyimfiwa Nyirongo, the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Prudential Pensions Management Zambia. He's a member of its Board of Directors and a member of the Prudential PLC Group Leadership Team, GLT. He oversees all the company's strategies, including investments, pension funds administration, retirement planning consultancy, product distribution, and wealth solutions. A hand of clap for him as he comes. Then we have, okay, so this is not really male dominated, so we have a representation from our sister gender, and we have online Ms. Carol Osero Agengo, who is a respected multilingual human rights lawyer and gender expert with an impressive history of impactful high-level advocacy in national, regional, and global spaces. She represents HelpAge International in the coordinating mechanism of major groups and other stakeholders. I think she could be listening to us now. Just a round of clap for her.
Thank you.
I think last but not least, because we've had him before, is the founding director of Pinbox, Mr. Gautam Bhardwaj. Please join the panel. So this is the panel that is going to unravel. Sometimes when you progress, you think you're doing the good thing, but challenges emerge along the way. We need to address them going forward. So let me yield the floor to the presenter, Mr. Simon Mafubwa, to make a presentation for 20 minutes, then we can engage our panelists in that discussion. So, Mr. Simon, you have the floor, and we give you 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shem, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. That's much better. I bring you greetings from the Gen Zs in Kenya. We are talking about demography, so that's part of the reality we have to appreciate. And I have some in my house. My firstborn is 19, and my lastborn is 9. The gap is, there was a time we had global financial challenges. I think it had demographic consequences. So I talk about this afternoon mitigating longevity risk in the face of rapid demographic changes. And just before I get into it, I work with NWealth. We are a licensed pension provider in Kenya, Uganda, Mauritius. We've been in operation for 13 years with a portfolio of about 950 million USD, and we are out for a mission to secure a lifetime of financial well-being and dignity for our customers. We mainly major on corporate trustee services, insurance, investments, and also pension services. Looking at where we are by way of population in Africa, as of 2024, Africa population estimated at 1.5 billion. And after 3 years, we seem to be adding 100 million. And some of the countries that stand out, basically in terms of this population growth, So some of the countries that you look at is Nigeria. My apologies, looks like there's a challenge here in terms of coordinating this. Nigeria, looking at in East Africa, countries like Uganda. Just to give this into context, Kenya at the moment, we are about 55 million. But by 2050, Uganda will have overtaken us by way of population. Uganda should be around 94 million and Kenya will be around 92 million. I think looks like also nutrition is a key factor in there in driving population growth. But while we are looking at that growth, our median age just about 18 years. But it so happens that they are the most unemployed. And so when you look at longevity risks, yes, we have the beautiful advantage of having a young population in Africa, but yet again we are highly challenged with the high levels of unemployment. So these people are not able to save, to have income adequacy or disposable income, to save for their retirement. And so we therefore need to rethink what are some of the opportunities that we need to look at. And I think the universal pension programs, like the micro-pension plans we already discussed in the morning, presents a very huge opportunity, not only for coverage, but also starting early enough to build income adequacy for retirement for this kind of segment within our population. Okay. Like already we saw, about 2.5 billion by 2050 of the population will be from Africa, and that is quite huge. A substantial proportion of that will be above age 65. As you can see from the slides, a substantial population of that will be above age 65, and that's about 789 million. Now, J.F. Kennedy Jr. would say, you are not safe, you who have, if the majority around you don't have. And that's why we need then to consider this is that empowering the youth at the moment not only to access jobs, but to have a formal way of saving for their future so that they have income replacement is of critical necessity in addressing our sustainable old age, financial well-being, and dignity. I think also we have huge opportunity when you look at Africa. Africa's percentage of global trade is just about 3%. And also Africa's percentage of passenger traffic just about 2.4%, manufacturing 2.8%. And Africa's percentage of global land mass 20%, arable land 65%. With the global population growth, I think Africa presents itself with a lot of opportunities to answer to the food security challenges across the world, while at the same time addressing the concerns around social security issues around us. My submission this afternoon is not only to look at the pastel in the model we have known it, because that has shifted. I think we need to look at the 7 Ds from an external environment perspective. The impact of dollar and deglobalization, decarbonization, digitization, and the impact of technology, geopolitical issues, debt levels, and demography. These 7 Ds have a huge impact on the issues that we are looking at this afternoon in terms of longevity risk. If you have dollar volatility, the pensioner, in terms of the monthly pension program they get, will be affected. If you have deglobalization, the pensioner equally will be affected. Like I did mention earlier on, if you have bad weather, it doesn't affect just those who are earning high or low. Everyone is affected. And so global weather issues, global climate issues are key concerns in terms of longevity risks in the continent of Africa. And same as date, and also the shifts in terms of demography. And that's why we are saying is a VUCA world, volatilities are extremely high, occasioning a lot of uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, both from the political, socio-economic, and technological, and legal, and environmental. And these shifts, we see it affecting the livelihoods on a day-to-day basis and impacting on the longevity risks of those who are retiring. Just to give you a very classic example, a day after Russia gets into Ukraine, our stock market lost 92 billion Kenya shillings. This is the reality of the world that we are in. And so, what must we look at? One is data presents a very huge opportunity. My submission is, could there be chance for us to have an Africa Social Security data dashboard so that we can not only look at the history of the trends in terms of data, but look at prescriptive data analytics to create strategic foresight, what I call foresight and foresight. In there, we are able to formulate policies that will shape the future we are becoming in terms of mitigating longevity risks. Maybe you could just help me ask your neighbor, what do you see? Just discuss with your neighbor. I know it's an afternoon. Could you attempt to read? What do you see on the screen? They could just try and read the word that you see on the screen. Opportunities are nowhere. Okay, opportunities are nowhere. And you are both right. You can either see opportunities are nowhere in Africa or opportunities are now here, because in every crisis is an opportunity. And therefore, my submission this afternoon is that resources have never been scarce. Only resourceful minds are. As long as we are going to have a resourceful mindset and have a shift of expectation that the solutions for Africa will come from external, I believe we are likely to remain the same, yesterday, today, and forever. There is huge talent within Africa. There is huge human capital within Africa. There is huge strategic thinkers within Africa. We need to come together in the social security space, not only within the regulators forum, but the actors and players in the social security space, to bring these opportunities of human capital, professionalism in one room, and shape the future we are becoming. So, looking at mitigating longevity risk, usually you have the you have two phases for a retiree. It's a bit, my apologies. Okay, so you have the accumulation phase. So the member saves, and then you have, and accumulates some income, so that by the time they get into retirement, they have accumulated some income to serve as income replacement at retirement. Ordinarily, we would recommend a minimum of about 40% as income replacement. But we still have challenges, structural, provident funds where they can access 100% lump sum. Now, if you went through physics or even chemistry, just in case you are not on leave when the physics teacher was teaching, so you would recall this principle called the equilibria. That a system that is in steady state is likely to remain in that equilibria state unless there is an external pressure. So for 20 years, 30 years, a member was saving, they had psychological financial steady state of 200,000 rands. In Provident, they get maybe 1 million rand. That is distortion in their psychological steady state. So what they do is to look for how do they quickly reduce the cash lump sum you have paid them into that where they are used to, 200,000. You get. So they have to look for people to help them. For men, they will get people who talk nicely with nice voice, soothing voices, to quickly help them efficiently reduce the money to the 200,000, which the one that they are used to. And immediately they go to that equilibrium state, they become very humble. They even talk to you in a very humble way. And that's when you know their honeymoon effect is done. And they easily, that phase, if it's not well managed, they get into depression. Those are some of the challenges of longevity risk. How do you identify the various stages of retirement, and how do you prepare for them beforehand? I think the intervention is retirement planning training programs that are aligned to life stages of the member to mitigate some of those challenges that they are likely to face. Because some of them come with loss of identity, power, income levels, and loss of relationships, dignity, and also purpose. That if we plan and empower the member financially in good time while they are working, they are likely to prepare adequately even as they get into that phase. The other key areas that I look at quickly as I get to end is increased demand for social services. There will be a growing need for health care. In Kenya, for example, we already have integrated health care, pre-funding health care through retirement savings, and the law has permitted that. Occupational pension plans is now a mandatory requirement. And where I work, we already have innovated a healthcare program where retirees, they are able to enjoy a medical insurance cover up to age 90, just like when they were working. And through the income drawdown programs that we have, we spread the premiums in the monthly repayment. And because we have scale, we're able to spread the economies of scale to retirees. I think if we do this, we will not only mitigate longevity risk from a healthcare perspective, but also create dignity for retirement for the members. Some of the opportunities we also see for retirees is they have time, they have experience, but the youth have time, they don't have experience, they are looking for jobs. We are creating a digital mentorship program in Kenya as NWealth, so that we create dignity in fulfillment of purpose for retirees through digital skill transfer to retirees as well. Depletion of retirement savings is a huge reality in a VUCA world we are, especially where underperformance does happen. For a retiree, they are not rehearsing to leave. You can't tell them that stocks have lost value. Now let me help you, ladies and gentlemen. Volatilities of stock market cannot mix with the healthcare, like the stock market is volatile. The physiological mechanism for a retiree, they can't go together. They can't pair up volatilities in the market. And so we've got to look at what are some of the securities that can guarantee stability of returns above inflation, especially for the income drawdown or even annuities as well. But we also need to use data, predictive analytics. Look at Gen Zs in Kenya experience. There are 19 million with no income, most of them. Most of them, they are in the gig economy, working within maybe 3 months or one year. They have changed. It's unlike defined benefit schemes where you would work for 1 year or for 20 years with one employer. It's no longer the case. So what are some of the innovative products we need to put in place, integrated from a behavioral analytics perspective that resonate with the Gen Zs? Allow me to give you a practical experience. So we are busy pushing affordable housing, but the Gen Zs have zero attachment to housing. Imagine even if we are giving them a house, the designs of the house we are doing for them may not be for them. So I think we could be busy preparing nice meal like maybe ugali or rice, but they want pizza. We have to wake up to the reality of the times we are in and develop products not for the history, but for the future. As I wrap up, so where is the opportunity? The key to investing is not assessing how much an industry is going to affect society or how much it will grow, but rather determining the competitive advantage of any given company or sector, above all, and its ability, capacity to harness value in that sector sustainably. And so, I think we have to build pillars of sustainable retirement, income adequacy, healthcare, housing, and also social capital pillars entwined in our social security pillars. And also help members to build in. We are talking about saving, but how are we empowering them to earn so that they can save? Because saving is a function of income. And so financial literacy programs should start not at old age, not at the time they are earning, but right from the early childhood education levels. I think we have then a huge opportunity to change mindset. There are 3 income levels. 1, income ability to attract money your way. 2, when that money comes to your pocket, you are the first rate to eat. So income to keep it. And 3, income ability to build the wealth. This is my last slide. Challenge also with high dependency levels in Africa is we have what you call black tax or toxic charity. And this is a big pullback in terms of eating into our disposable income, even to save for the future. Read a book by Robert Lupton, Toxic Charity, and he made an observation that the more people receive free things, the more poorer they became. Because every time they receive free things, be it from government, you deprive them of the dignity to earn, the ability to earn, because you are removing that ability from their mindset to think, to solve problems, to earn value sustainably. And so Robert Lupton observed the 5 levels of how you can easily establish dependency. The first time you give money to someone, they will say, thank you, you are a good man. You are a good one. Second level, they will anticipate. The third level, they will expect. By every end of the month, they will complain, why haven't you sent the money? And the fourth one, it's a right, it's an entitlement. So there was a time, a little story. I sent about $3, is it? No, it was about $30 to someone, a relative in the village. Was it? Yeah, about 10,000 Kenya shillings. Maybe $300, I think so, on mobile money. After a week, there was no SMS to even say, to acknowledge. So I called to ask, did you receive? And I was told, yeah, we received, but you didn't add the money for transaction to withdraw. So I asked, so you haven't withdrawn because there wasn't transaction? With humility, may I submit to us, I think we have to shift even the way we help those of our relatives within our social ecosystem in a way to help them, to empower them to create independency rather than to sustain dependency. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I think I just have my last enclosure. The following are my recommendations in this forum. With labor shifts driven by technology, we need to think about diaspora pension policy within African countries. Not only in terms of remittances coming back home, but these people, we don't want them to retire back home in poverty. They should maintain the same levels of their livelihoods of standards. So what are we doing as regulators in that space? Intra-Africa labor mobility presents a great opportunity for pension benefits portability policy framework. I think we need to also add this to the bucket. Alignment of social demographic shifts in reference to different generations, millennials, Gen Z, Alpha, through behavioral analytics and income trends is a key pillar for sustainable social security reforms. And I think we shouldn't look at data in the history or in the current. We should look at it in the future so that we develop policies that speak into the future. That's where value is. The investment products through asset liability modeling should be aligned to the realities of the future emerging trends of our social-demographic landscape. And with technology playing an integral pillar of pension management, the fintech ecosystem should be part of the pension governance through integral policy reforms. The risk of your key stakeholder, is equally your risk. We shouldn't leave them behind. And finally, financial literacy training should be part of the mandatory early childhood basic education curricula as part of shaping the future that we are. And why I'm dropping in that, I don't know about the experience of other African countries, but in Kenya we are having a situation now where the rich elderly, when they go to church with the young ones, when they are praying and say, God, give me long life, the young are praying, God, this guy, when is he coming? Because he is a barrier to intergenerational wealth transfer. And so it's no longer about how much you leave for the kids, it's what we leave in them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. I think he has opened up our minds. Okay. I think what we get from him, and I think probably we need to revise the books in economics. He's saying resources have never been scarce. Did you believe him? Even the air we breathe is scarce. You get sick and go to an ICU. If we don't give you oxygen, you will not survive. That is how scarce they can get. But I think he says that it is only resourceful minds that are scarce. So I think the challenges we are facing in this regard are problems that we can sort out. And he touched on a theory that we believe in economics, the life cycle hypothesis, that when you are young, you are borrowing, when you are working, you are saving, when you have worked and retired, you are living on your savings, and that is ideally how it should be. But now we met there an elephant. The elephant says that, yes, we saved, but we didn't save enough because we have a longevity risk to deal with. And so, Simon, before I give you air to breathe, I don't think you offered some solutions to us. So I want to pose the first question to you. How then can social security institutions, financial institutions, and pension providers adjust their products and services in order to address the challenges of a long-lived population?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shem. One, like I have already put across, we need to use data to develop products, not in the history, but in the future, with the integration of behavior. And I'll give you a practical example. Like in Kenya, we were able to develop I think we're the first in the sector to develop the income drawdown arrangement that has an integration of healthcare. And why we did that is because we noticed every time a retiree was transitioning into retirement, their constant ask was medical insurance. And so when we put that, the uptake has been phenomenal. And a number of them come to our office and they're happy customer because every time they are sick, they're able to go to, they're able to be well attended to. Number two, I think we need to have bundled financial products, which basically not only look at income adequacy to save for retirement, but let's look at the whole financial life cycle of a member. One is housing is key, two is healthcare is key, and three is saving for adequacy is key. But I think we have a big opportunity for credit. I'll give you a practical example. So we talked about Mbao. In over 13 years, Mbao has done about 120,000 members. The other day, Hustler Fund, just about 2 years, has already have 14 million because of credit. And I think those are some of the opportunities in summary, Dr. Ari.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to pose the same question to Mr. Henry Mono. How would they deal with it so that we're able to serve a population that is living longer than we had expected when they retired? And I also want Gautam to weigh in on the same question given his international experience.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So I will speak from really a public sector perspective, coming from the National Health Insurance Scheme, where our priority is really to provide financial risk protection to retirees. And the way we are structured is that everyone aged 65 and above is exempted from making contributions in the scheme, but they will access services based on their need. So 0 contributions into the scheme, but you access services based on your need. Of course, the assumption is that by the time you reach retirement, you would have been contributing to the scheme, and therefore you're now drawing down on your contributions in the past by generating your contribution, but allowing you access healthcare services that you need without making contribution. And what we see is that what that does is that for the pension benefits that you get, those are enhanced in the form that you are not drawing down on them to pay for medical bills. And with longevity, really, the biggest challenge we see is high cost of healthcare. The demand for healthcare services is very high. The unit cost of the services that the elderly consume is higher than what most other members of the population consume. So, well, on one hand, it's a benefit for the members in that they will not have to draw out of pocket and suffer catastrophic expenditure because the public sector scheme is covering for that. But there is a risk that comes to the fund, is that you have high expenditure for this segment of the population without corresponding contribution.
Thank you very much. And Gautam, what do you have to add to that?
Thank you, Dr. Shem. I think if you just take a step back, I think there are broadly 3 categories of people here. So one are the younger cohorts, people who are already saving for old age. And I think we need to think about what is it that we can do to optimize contributions and optimize benefits for those populations. And, you know, you could, like I mentioned in the morning, you can add insurance products or liquid savings, which allow people to, you know, preserve their retirement contributions and not break into their pension savings before they retire. So you can add some insurance and things like that. The second is, I think it is feasible today to use technology to do things like auto-inflation indexation of contributions by informal workers specifically. You know, informal workers, it's always going to be a percentage of income which goes towards contribution. As incomes grow with inflation and wage increases, the contribution value also grows. But if I'm a boda person or a farmer, then my contributions will not automatically adjust to inflation. So I have to make a conscious decision for that. So I think that's something that we can do. We can, I think it is for a second category of people are people who are already in pension schemes but are now nearing retirement. I think what we've seen in other countries also is that a lot of these people end up getting lump sum benefits when they retire. You know, and that's true even in Africa. Now, if you get lump sum benefits and you don't know how much, you know, how long you're going to live, so it's important to sort of encourage people to defer withdrawals and withdraw more gently. And you can use either pension policy or even tax policy through EET kind of ways to make sure that people don't consume their savings in early. And then there's a third population which is not in the pension scheme and has probably no savings, accumulated, not enough savings accumulated. For them, I think it's worthwhile considering products like reverse mortgage, where I have a house, I may have a house, but I don't have liquidity. And I think it's possible to then use reverse mortgage as a product to provide liquidity and income flows to a population for the rest of their lives, especially when they have no retirement benefits available.
Thank you very much for those insights. I'm told we have now Carol on the line. And Carol, good afternoon. I hope you have been following the discussion. And I have a question for you just before you leave. And we are tackling the question of people living longer than we expected. That means that they need to have prepared better in terms of old age care. So these people are living longer. The challenge they have is that they could be living alone somewhere, And so they probably need some kind of care. I mean, the family system in the continent is breaking down, so you have your children, they have gone to cities, to urban centers, and they've left you with fewer resources to take care of yourself. So my question is, should pension supervisors equally focus on the post-retirement phase in terms of formulating standards for old age care? Thank you.
From Nairobi, the land of the Gen Zs, that is changing the shape of how the continent looks at things. I'm using that as a good entry point because what I'm going to say goes back to when we start looking at the issues of pensions and when we start looking at the issues that we're currently discussing. And I've broken this into three main points. The first thing is, what is the problem? And the problem, the way I see it, is poverty in old age. And poverty is not necessarily in actual terms. It could even be poverty in lack of ability to access investments that you have. But the bottom line is that you don't have access to resources, and that kind of sinks you into poverty. What are the foundations of this problem? One, in my view, is ageism. The discrimination because of negative and inaccurate stereotypes on aging that are so ingrained in our culture that we don't often notice, and society and institutions work together unknowingly, at times knowingly, to sustain this status quo. And this is interpersonal, and it's also at times often directed at individuals right from the start. Then we have systemic ageism, where parts of society, including individuals, they work together and they entrench these attitudes, actions, and language, policies, and practices. And I'll give a little example.
We have lost you, Carol. Maybe you have touched on, have you muted by accident?
Yes, I muted by accident, I'm sorry. So I'm saying I may have money as a person in my mid-50s and want to access a loan to be able to do some investment that might help me in later life, because this is the time that I've been able to muscle together some good capital base. And I'll be turned away by the bank because of my age. Never mind, or even the insurance policies. Everything works against someone who's at an older age. And this manifests a lot in our lives. And just to speak to some of the issues that have already been said, Africa will experience the fastest growth from 69 million in 2017 to 226 million in 2050. That is colossal. That shift in the demographics is colossal. People are living longer, that is true, but are we changing our ways of work, our ways of planning, our foundations to reflect this demographic change? I don't think so. And are we transforming our systems to evolve with the changing structures? I don't think that our health systems, education systems, pension systems, infrastructure, if you go across Africa, Africa is a huge construction site, but we're constructing for younger generations. What happens to the 226 million in 2050 when we put up infrastructure that limits mobility? And we might ask, what does this have to do with the poverty in old age? It limits how we access then the tools of, generating income. The issues of transportation, we're not looking at that. We're not looking at how the agricultural, underpinnings of Africa, which is primarily agricultural, we're not looking at how that needs to transform into, with the changing dynamics. We're also not looking at how the society is changing and the poly-crisis with the youth, the issues of mental health crisis, the unemployment, the digital evolution. How is all that now transforming so that by 2050, when these young Gen Zs are older, then the society is fit to capture them at that point, and they're able to continue generating income. And then as I go towards closing, we're not in our development, we're not planning with the sex, age, disability, disaggregated data. A lot of times it's always on the economics and on the gender. But are we looking at age? Because it affects different people differently. And we cannot look at the poverty or the wealth of people in old age, aside from looking at the whole systemic issue of society and how then they begin to develop and get into the space of generating income. And I asked my Gen Z, what would you like to be when you're 60? They said, I don't want to be working at 60, but they want to.
We are losing you again, Carol.
Now and see, adopt a life approach. If we're to look at retirement, we must bring the issues of pension right from nursery school. Don't start bringing them when they're 35 years old, because then the ideas are already formulated in the mind. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Carol, for those insights. I think we needed to understand whether the supervisors have a role to play post-retirement. I mean, the regulators supervise the accumulation phase, the investment phase of the funds, and when you retire, they more or less have left you to other institutions to take care of you. The question I was posing, and I want to still pose to Mr. Nyirongo, is, do the supervisors of pension schemes have a role to play once somebody has retired? Or are there other institutions that are supposed to come in and play a role? And combine that question with whether we have practical policy interventions that regulators can put in place to ensure adoption of post-retirement schemes on medical, on housing, on care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very important topic, longevity risk, and I think the presentation ably handled it. So 2 key risks that I'll look at, mainly from the fact that life expectancy, somebody may live longer than they had saved for. So what happens after that? But also the risk of the fact that most employers are changing from defined benefits to defined contribution schemes. So what that has brought is that it has transferred all the risk onto the individual when they are in retirement. Now we all know that these are individuals, some of whom that don't understand inflation issues, that don't understand investments, and also the fact that there's a risk also of personal spending risks. As you grow older, there are other issues that come in. Did your income, retirement income, take that into consideration? Then there's also the developed decumulation stage. Most countries, I think in Africa and even elsewhere, we don't have developed systems in the decumulation stages. Are there enough products that would help these people? We did talk about medical health, medical insurance that the presentation brought out. Do we have those facilities? And I can give an example of Zambia. Yes, something is being done. I think, but that's from the private sector point of view, where certain products have been put in place, working, of course, with the PIA and the Securities and Exchange Commission. We have some product, and happy to mention that some people have invested in that, even in here. But we need regulation, we need supervision that is proactive to help us even that. We did talk about the life cycle hypothesis. Very, very true. You go to school 30 years. 30 years after that, you start accumulating, the accumulation stage. But another 30 years of how you can live, maybe up to 90 or 100 years. So that takes me into, are there practical examples elsewhere that we can learn from in terms of what they've learned from this? Yes, we can. Now, saving for retirement is a very complex issue. And so we would like the regulators and policymakers to help, members of pension schemes to understand. For example, there's the issue of underestimating our life expectancy. If you ask an average person, even in here, we'll be talking of maybe I'll live up to 75 years. What happens if you live up to 90 years? Who is going to fund that 15 years? So these are the issues that we need policymakers to help us make members of pension funds understand. According to a study that was done, for example, by the MGM Advantage in the UK in 2014, people that were asked, females were asked how long they would live. Most of them said about 80, 81, but the life expectancy was actually 89. So most of them are working towards 80, and yet they'll live up to 89, 90. What happens to the 10 years? So what that does is that apart from affecting you on the financial side, it affects you psychologically. Because when you get there, you realize you don't have income that will see you up to that time. You may end up dying quicker than you had planned. So underestimation of our life expectancy is a key issue, though it looks very simple, but very key in how you plan your post-retirement life. Uncertainty also is another thing that we need to look at. Of course, when we're calculating these life products, we look at it from a holistic point of view, a pool of data and so on, very accurate in terms of how people live. But as an individual, if life expectancy is 89, that like I already said, I may live up to 100. Have I taken into consideration my personal situation? And if I did, it may be expensive to just use me to insure that bit of a part. The last one is a range of responses in terms of, what are the responses that we need from regulators? These markets are not developed. We have annuities here and there in most of our countries, but not so developed to a point where I have a pool of money and I need to invest it. So we need more encouragement in terms of us coming up with various annuity products. What we do see is the fact that as regulators, service providers, we've concentrated on the accumulation stages, pension funds and so on. And then we leave this retiree to fend for themselves after retirement. So we need to take care of that. If you look at even developed markets, Financial Services Inquiry report in Australia of 2014 did show that even them, they don't have very, very developed, a decumulation provision. So we need to do something there. Investment risk, again, something that we've talked about. How many annuitants or people in retirement understand these issues? We've transferred the risk to them. Do they understand what happens if the central bank, for instance, changes interest rates as a result of monetary policy? What happens to those annuities that are locked into current interest rate? So we need them to understand, in as much as we've dumped it on them to say, do it yourself. We need to do that. Due diligence, do these retirees have the capacity to know that this service provider will be there in the next 15 years? And there's so many cases that we can look at. For example, the RiverSource distributor in the United States was giving wrong information to retirees who got annuities, but later the regulator found out that that was misinformation and was charged $50 million. Now in Africa and maybe elsewhere, we do have these things and we need to help out. Complex spending needs, I've talked about that. Do our retirees understand medical inflation, for example? Even if we brought in these products that we're bringing in, there's medical inflation. How are they going to take care of that? Food inflation into their annuities. How do we do all that? So we need regulators and policymakers to really help us if we have to have a healthy people in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know we are running short of time, but allow me to ask the second last question to one of our panelists, Mr. Gautam. We have a problem in our hands, and we want to understand whether there are any innovative approaches or disruptive technologies coming in the horizon that can help us out of this problem of being able to take care of populations that are poised to live longer than we had assumed?
Thanks, Dr. Shen. I think the rocket science really, as the previous speaker just said, is in designing for longevity, designing, exit for longevity. And I think one of the key challenges there, and something that governments are now starting to do, is they're starting to tell insurance companies who manufacture annuities, because annuities is really the best way of mitigating longevity risk, right? The challenge with annuities is that when I go to an insurer and I want to buy an insurance, he expects me to die tomorrow morning, and therefore the premiums are terribly high. But when I ask for an annuity product, then the insurance companies typically expect me to live forever, right? So what we are seeing increasingly is that insurance companies don't have good data at this point in time in many countries on mortality and morbidity. So what they end up doing is and this is true in India and other countries as well, insurers start using the data of insured populations to predict mortality. And when you look at the insured population, typically it's the higher income, more aware population. So you tend to then, the assumptions on pricing then are based on a mortality experience of a higher income population, which is longer. Whereas if you get better data, then it is possible for you to, because what this otherwise does is if it assumes that a low income person will live as long as a higher income person with better health, then you end up in a situation where there's a perverse transfer from the poor to the rich, because lower income people with poorer health may die earlier, but if they're paying the same insurance, the same annuity premiums, then they're subsidizing the rich in this way. So what I'm effectively saying is we need better data, and that's something that regulators can actually do, and other countries have started doing. And if we can get better data, we get better priced annuities, and we can start thinking about more effectively addressing the longevity risk in a more real sense. The second only other point I'd like to add is that there is an inflation issue, again something that you mentioned. And I think we need the underlying there, we need inflation index bonds, which can then allow, say, an insurer to offer an inflation indexed annuity, which then again will be important from a long retirement perspective.
Thank you, Gautam. And lastly, I want to pose this question to Mr. Muno. Is there a responsibility for members of pension schemes to take care of this? They are going to live longer than their savings. I know supervisors continue urging them to put additional voluntary savings to take care of that. Is that responsibility theirs, or should we leave that part of their lives to social security provision?
Thank you. I think that there is a dual approach. So there is definitely the individual responsibility of the members as well as the pension houses, but importantly the role of the state. The way we look at health becomes a public good, and investing in good health becomes a role of the public sector. And that is why for our case in Zambia, investing in a mandatory national health insurance scheme really allows for access to healthcare services irrespective of one's income status. That way you reduce inequality that would come as a result of contributions being, or at least benefits being tied to one's contributions. So certainly there is the role of the state, and that's the approach that we have taken, that health is a public good and therefore the state has to invest in that, so a mandatory scheme. But there will be a role also of the individuals and the pension houses to enhance savings, so that when there is a deficit at any point, there could be augmentation of financing to ensure that there is adequate coverage.
Thank you very much. And at the very last for all of us, I think Gen Z has been mentioned here, and they are agitating for their rights. How can we ensure that there is intergenerational equity, that we are going to live longer and we don't become a burden to them? How do we ensure that? Just in 2 seconds for each panelist. I start with Mr. Simon.
I think financial literacy programs need to be on the table while we are doing dinner. Financial literacy should be part of the conversation at the family levels. When they are empowered early enough to make their decisions early enough around their money, I think they will make prudent conditions that will secure their financial future well, so that they stop being a burden to their parents in retirement. But Dr. Shem, there was another question I saw on the screen. If you may allow me just to answer that, especially the one for how do you mitigate the risk of income drawdown, especially when the returns are low. So a practical example we have is that we designed an income drawdown arrangement with a guarantee within it. And so you pay a small premium in a way that by the time the member exhausts the 10-year guarantee period, there is a payback to replenish the account. So then it stops being conversation of when you die. It should be when you leave, here is more money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mono.
Thank you. Just briefly, from our perspective, the public sector perspective, we think there is a huge role of the state in ensuring redistribution of resources from the young to the old, the aged to the young, and therefore public finance plays a very, very critical role in setting the tone around policies and enforcement of those policies. So there will be a stronger role for the state and the public sector in ensuring redistribution. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I think for me it's where policymakers and regulators should look at 5 things which can help us come up with sustainable life in retirement. Number 1 would be how adequate are our preparations, both on the accumulation stage and the decumulation stage. Very, very important. Let's apply the same, energy on the decumulation stage as we do on the accumulation stage. Number 2 is information. Very important that we give members all the information about service providers, information about the specific products that they are investing in. Number 3 is how flexible is regulation. You find that in most countries, you can run with an outdated regulation for as much as 20 years. People would have died during that process. So how flexible is regulation in all our countries? That is very important. Number 4 is equitability. Equitability in terms of how we apply these policies. From the central bank point of view, we did talk about monetary policy. When they pass those measures, they affect pensioners. Do we take that into consideration? Last is sustainability in terms of what we do, the products that we offload on the market, and also the creations that we put. How sustainable are they? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you respond to that question, Gautam, there's a question also on the screen from the audience asking, how is longevity risk affecting the pricing of annuities, and who is bearing that risk? So you can combine the two.
Right. There the answer is, if you bought an annuity, then the longevity risk is sitting with the insurer. Right? I mean, there's a contract, you've agreed to receive a certain amount of money. But again, there are different kinds of annuity. But I'm saying the simplest thing, you transferred your longevity risk to the insurer when you pay a premium. Is that correct, sir? Right. So in terms of your original question, I think we don't have any option. 1, we need to build inclusive pension systems. We need to put some serious energy on and sustain the energy on encouraging and enabling people to start saving adequately for their old age. But I think once we do that, we need to, one of the things which we keep missing out, something that Parul had mentioned in the morning, that women tend to live longer than men. So if I am actually in a pension scheme, then the laws around beneficiaries and the laws around, people who are, let's say if I pass away, then what happens to the pension wealth that I've accumulated? How does it get transferred to my spouse? And how does that get protected over a period of time? Needs to be looked at very carefully. I think because ultimately, I might just not be, other than the fact that I've smoked a lot in my life, I won't be around to enjoy my pension, benefits for very long. So it'll really be my wife. And I think there needs to be clear laws protecting the transfer of pension benefits to her if I pass on. Or if she throws me out.
Thank you very much. I think we've enjoyed this discussion, and time may not be on our side. And we want to thank the panelists so much for the insights that they have provided. And I want to ask you and request you that we applaud them as we end the session and give the MC the mic.
Well, well, well. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is the last session of our conference, and I think they deserve a big, big round of applause for wrapping up in style. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was mitigating longevity risk in the face of rapid demographic change. I don't know if Kenya is starting the Gen Z spring, as we saw the Arab Spring in North Africa, but that's certainly something we should keep our eyes on. But thank you indeed, all those panelists, for all the information, all the expertise, all the wisdom that has been shared on this platform with us. As we now move into the closing formalities of our conference, and to deliver the conference communique and the APSA Pinbox agenda of planned activities and interventions for 2024 to 2025, let me invite the chairperson of APSA, Zarina Kamrudian, to please come forward and do the honors. Let's give a round of applause again.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm sure I'm standing between you and the end of the session. But I must say I've been so rejuvenated today and yesterday, from all the panelists and the discussions and engagements. I think if ever there was any doubt that there's a human capital deficit in Africa, I think this conference shows that we are, oversubscribed when it comes to human capital and to finding solutions to the problems that we have. So whilst we have many challenges, as has been indicated, and some of them remain low coverage, as we know, and as has been pointed out by various speakers, low sustainable coverage, there are, of course, solutions to the problem, which is what is incredibly important, because I think it's quite easy to delineate problems. It's not always easy to delineate solutions. But I think one of the beauties of this conference has been that both have been addressed. And whilst it's a journey, it's not going to happen overnight, we can certainly make strides in a positive direction, and we can do so very quickly, in my view, if we really put, shoulder to the wheel. So, again, I think just high level, the issue of low coverage, of course, will consistently come up for Africa because we have a very low coverage. I think it's only 20% coverage in Africa, so it means that 80% is not covered in respect of pensions. Another theme that has emerged, in my view, is the challenge of financial literacy. So, obviously the two goes hand in hand. If you aren't aware that, you need to save for your retirement, to mitigate against poverty, to retire in a dignified fashion, you're not going to, obviously take the necessary steps that you have. And that's why I really appreciated the, I think it's Daisy from Kenya, who indicated that, it's actually important to get this message across even before children start schooling. Because if we can, and that's been the Asian experience from, various conferences that one attends, they already start with financial literacy in the preschools. So can you imagine if we do the same in our preschools before the kids even go to school, and we say, why it is so important to start saving from an early age, to start saving for a pension so that you can retire comfortably. I think it will go a long way to assuage the challenges that we face. Another key theme that was touched on, I think, and was a testament in a number of our panels, as excellent as it might have been, is that it deals with gender representation. So, as has been indicated, as women, and maybe for good reason, the good Lord knows why, women tend to live longer than men. But the sad reality is that we also save less than men. And it is obviously, you know, it's for historical reasons. There's the gender wage gap, because systems have been operated along a patriarchal basis. But of course, that needs to change. But it also shows that in as much as we have to educate our communities, our children, there also has to be significant communication and education in respect of women, and how we have to ensure that we are also retire comfortably, that we secure ourselves, and that we save sufficiently. I think the days, you know, where we can rely on the family structures as we have on husbands, on you know, on children, etc. As we can all see, those things are changing. The way we form our families at this point in time, it's certainly not the same as it has happened historically. The other thing, of course, that is of critical importance that was dealt with in the conferences is ESG. So ESG, I know that some people, you know, the reaction has been, but you know, as Africans, we haven't contributed that much to the position that we find ourselves in. But as has been indicated by the various speakers, that even if we may not have, for example, contributed most significantly to carbon emissions, but what has happened is that these environmental factors at most disproportionately impact us as Africans. So it's not something that we can ignore. I think another theme that has come across quite importantly, and that's why it was so heartening to see the politicians here, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Labour, other members of Parliament, etc. We do need that leadership will to effect changes, because remember, we aren't always here. Some of us are you know, we're the regulators, we're the supervisors, but ultimately it has to go through parliamentary processes, whatever regulatory frameworks we need in order to increase pension coverage, in order to inculcate or incorporate ESG, etc. So those are some of the themes, and of course, one of the other themes that I think has emerged is that the data integrity that we have might not be the most ideal. So I think those are some of the things that we really have to look at going forward, if we're not already doing so. So if I may just take you through some of the you know, highlights from some of the sessions. You know, when we dealt with understanding the current landscape of the pension systems in Africa, Namakau excellently, I think, indicated to us what the Zambian trajectory was, and I think I must say it was very illuminating to learn that in fact they've got the 3 pillars in place. You know, I think many of us, we don't have the 3 pillars in place. So you have a mandatory fund, which I think some of us, even as, you know, not only speaking as the APSA chair, but as a South African, we don't have that mandatory pillar. You have it, you know, there's the old age pension, etc., which also mitigates against poverty during old age. But of course, what is critically important is that we have to start changing this narrative, and I think, but understanding the current landscape, of course, in order to change that narrative is critically important, and I think that was what was covered, the importance of social protection, you know, and having some basic level of income, pension benefits, the role it plays in alleviating social inequality and protecting against socio-economic risks, also mitigating against old age vulnerability and poverty, of course, during old age, as we discussed. The other thing I think that's also critically important, that I think was even touched on by the Minister, was that the important role that pension funds plays as an avenue for infrastructure development for long-term investments, and which can, of course, some of us have ailing economies. As we know, investment in infrastructure could go a long way to kick-starting economic recoveries. But as we said, despite the many challenges faced by the pension sector on our continent, there are opportunities that can be tapped into to grow the sector, such as building on the youthful. We've heard a lot about the Gen Z generation, but also to build on this, and I would say not only even the Gen Z generation, but also the Generation X. I think both, if you look at it, I think they would comprise the youth as we've defined it. And it's about bringing on board that youthful population, because we know Africa has a very youthful population. I think what was also quite critical that I may have omitted, and it's not because of my age, I hope, but is the use of technology. So the use of technology has also been indicated how the use of technology may improve pension management and protecting the industry from diverse risks. And of course, what is critically important, and I think so many speakers touched on it, but it is truly, truly critical, is that we need to provide financial products tailored to the diverse categories of membership. I think I've touched on the importance of technology. I'll just highlight that, how important technology is in data collection, in supervisory monitoring, in supervisory support processes, in consumer protection, supervisory services, enhancing efficiency of pension scheme operations and administration. So, as was discussed, with the adoption of technology, and what was quite beautiful with the case study of NAPSA, it showed that they've now fully automated their operations, and it's reduced, and I think that's what's also quite important to us. They've reduced operating expenses and, of course, costs. As if you're a retiree or even before, we're always sensitive to costs, because costs also obviously ameliorates your benefits ultimately. But with their fully automated operations, NAPSA has, and appears to be within 1 year, reduced the operating expenses from 15% in 2023 to 11%. So that just shows how incredible, the utilization of technology can be. They've also implemented self-service portals and mobile apps, which again shows that, you don't have to physically go into stone and mortar buildings to gain whatever access you need or information you have. So, just think of the difference that will make particularly to our rural communities. Of course, the benefits of technology, it's also in respect of records maintenance. The implementation of cybersecurity frameworks, of course, is important if you are going to have this. And I think maybe just one last take out of NAPSA is that the implementation of the pre-retirement benefit system has enabled what they say the 0 days claims processing turnaround time. Over 35% has been processed in 0 days in 2024, which I think is actually incredible. So that was, I think that was day one. As I said, with day two, I think what was particularly important that was covered is that we face global challenges that require global solutions. So in as much as, yes, we're an African continent, but we are also part of a broader world. So what we do, we are all interrelated, and we need global challenges to the global problems. And ESG is not a standalone, I think, as the various discussants indicated. It has to be integrated in your investments, in your risk processes, etc. Also, again, for ESG to really be impactful, there has to be commitment by leadership. But again, this also speaks to, I think, what has been touched on even by, as I said, the Minister of Finance. One of our challenges in African countries is foreign direct investment. And I think, as has been indicated by some of the speakers, if you do not comply with ESG guidelines, etc., international guidelines for that matter, you may not get that foreign direct investment, because of course that is one of the checks that they may look at if you are compliant in order to get that foreign direct investment. So of course it's not just ethical considerations, which sometimes ESG is considered as nice to have, it actually is quite critically important, for us to get what the development that we need and the foreign direct investment that we need, apart from the fact that, of course, we cannot retire in a wasteland, which is, I think, the importance of ESG. Then, in respect of, I think, AFAC, also provided some indication of what they thought, were certain barriers and what was important. Again, the leadership awareness, was raised as critically important, as well as building capacity, which I think was also touched on, the importance of building capacity, and there are various ways of doing that. The importance of disclosures was also highlighted, and the various jurisdictions are doing various work on that. And I think it was also highlighted, some of the work that's being done in South Africa and internationally, as well as I think with FSD, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, the work that they're doing on the continent as well, in addressing these challenges. Moving right along, just want to, if you can just bear with me. So I think that one of the other things that I think that has been discussed, of course, that's of critical importance, is the solution. So a lot of what was discussed is, for example, micro-pensions the panacea, the solution to some of the problems that we faced. So again, I think what was touched on is, will these micro-pensions, the development of products that accommodate heterogeneity, because there isn't homogeneity in terms of the informal sector, will products that cater for that, products that are flexible, where we take cognizance that these aren't workers who contribute regularly, etc., where there are certain incentives that are also within these products, such as insurance incentives. So, so you don't only have a pension saving, but what people are concerned about, it might be life-saving insurance or disability cover, etc., and how that can be utilized and leveraged to in fact, induce, for lack of a better word, to induce workers to actually contribute. Then, of course, we've had, another option that I think our governments must consider. It's possibly rand-to-rand matching, which also doesn't necessarily have to happen, forever and a day. It could be limited. I think that's the Rwanda example, that they are doing a rand-to-rand matching, but it's for a limited period of time. And we've seen how great the feedback has been in respect of how much Rwanda has grown in terms of coverage, particularly in respect of its informal sector. I think it stood at 13% before, from what I had heard, and it was now sitting at 55%. So I think that truly is a good news story, and perhaps at our next conference we can hear, or maybe one of the webinars, what Rwanda has done to achieve this. So just lastly, I won't take much more time, but I think what was also discussed was the importance of alternatives and how how we can basically unlock opportunities, and obviously investing in alternatives is that direct and impactful investing, and how it's not necessarily as risky as I think, or we were told it's not as risky as we may think, and that what may be needed is more generous or flexible regulation around it as well. But what I will say on alternative investments, what we also have to take into account, and maybe, as we do financial literacy education, I think it might also be important for those in the alternative investment space to actually also do education around alternative investments. Because, of course, I think we would be lying to ourselves, and we'd be remiss if we didn't say that, in some of our countries there's a trust deficit. So if we have that concern of, if you invest directly, say a direct infrastructure investment or these direct alternative investments, is this just another way for government to get hold of money, for example? Or, are we actually going to get the investment returns that we so desire? Because ultimately, that's what pension funds are about, that you put in money and you're going to get basically the benefit that is provided for in the rules of your particular fund. So I think that, to unlock the opportunities, further education, and, panelists and discussants referred to the guarantees that may be provided, etc. So I think if there can be more education around that, that would be fantastic. Then the last, but not the least of the panels, they spoke about mitigating longevity risk with our rapidly changing demographic. And of course, it is very interesting. Yes, Africa is a very young population, but we are also going to, we live longer, and we are going to very soon, and I think that's, if it's not already happening, there are challenges, in respect of the longevity risk, and we obviously need to plan for that and to cater for that. But as we said, in as much as there are challenges, and I think that was discussed, there are opportunities. I love that opportunities are nowhere. In fact, that's how I read it, and it was very interesting that the host read it, that opportunities are now here. So I much prefer that one, I must say. But opportunities truly are now here. There is as I've said, what I can say is that there is huge talent in Africa, if this room is anything to go by. We can develop the products that we need for our future. I'm not going to go too much into toxic charity. I think we all have our views on that, but I totally get the point. But I think I might just end on the following, and again, it's from the last presentation. What we leave for the kids, it's not what we leave for the kids, it's what we leave in the kids. And I'll end here, because that truly is what is of critical importance if we want to advance, in my view, pension coverage on the continent. So on that note, I think that's the end of that particular communique. And now, but not the end, unfortunately, but if I may just, I know I've gone over time, but if I may just be given 2 minutes, please, or 3. So as this conference, which I think was a remarkable conference, draws to an end, I just wanted to reflect on the incredible experiences that we have shared in Livingstone. So thank you very, very much to our host, PIA Zambia, for this incredible experience. We have been privileged to taste your beauty, your hospitality. Those of us who managed to go to Vic Falls, it's one of the 7 wonders of the world for a reason, and onto the Zambezi River. It was so tranquil, yet so beautiful, being the home of so much wildlife, and we had the privilege of seeing all of that. This conference has been amazingly organized. Madam Namakau, it's really something to behold, and we are immensely grateful for all the hard work that I'm sure that went into this. So to you and your team, and to everyone who has been involved, a hearty thank you from all of us. And I think, again, if I may just say, we are in, as I think was mentioned, this is actually pensions money that we're in. The Radisson, which just shows that that these are tangible things. It's not something in the air. It's not only something extraneous and far off. This shows how pension funds money actually works. I mean, I must say this is the best Radisson blue that I've ever been in ever. I mean, even if I, not to be rude, but even if I look at my own country, this, it doesn't compare to this. So, Yeah, as I conclude, my deepest gratitude again to Zambia, our host, for your exceptional hospitality and for reminding us of the importance of mindful investment, technological advances, and the need to secure our future. Then lastly, I just want to refer to some of the activities. So, as has been indicated, there are proposed APSA PIN-box activities that will be launched at country level. So, but just to be clear, because we are now 20 countries, it's not going to be in all 20 countries, but it will be communicated, and hopefully, who knows, maybe that can happen. But there will be a country-level pension inclusion roadshow between APSA and PIN-box. And so the dates, etc., and where it will happen will be communicated as we go along. But on that note, and thank you for the indulgence, attendance, thank you so much for your active participation. I think that, you know, if people aren't actively engaged, it really changes the complexion of a conference, but you were so engaged. It was so thrilling, I think, even for the panelists and the participants. But thank you all, to the panelists, to the government, to the board members who were here, and safe travels as you return home. Let us continue to work together towards a future of dignified and secure retirement for all. Thank you.
Another big round of applause for our chairperson of APSA, Zarina Kamrudian. Thank you. Thank you for those kind compliments. And indeed, thank you for your leadership of APSA, which led, of course, to the holding of this conference here in Lusaka. We're so proud and so happy to have hosted you here in Livingston. And as we look forward to next year, I now ask you to turn your attention to the screens that we have in our hall. There's a video that we'd like for you to watch. So please, your attention to the screens. Well, who's going to Morocco next year? So Morocco will be the hosts of the APSA conference next year, and we wish Morocco all the very best. That's a lovely video. If I may borrow the Gen Z language, it looks like it's going to be lit in Morocco next year. So we wish you all the very best, Morocco. And as we now get close to the wrapping up and the closing of our conference, let me invite to move a vote of thanks the Honorable Julius Junjura Bigirwa, MP, Board Chairman for the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Let's give the Honorable Bigirwa, MP, to give him a round of applause as he comes to give the vote of thanks.
Mr. Peter Banda, my colleague, the host chairman, board of directors, and your vice, of course, the head of the technical area, Madam Namakau, and your team of technical people whom I've seen here, Madam Chairperson of APSA, Zaren, and your executive. There were two members of parliament, but apparently there's one. Honorable, recognize your presence. And all of you, dear participants, delegates of APSA, ladies and gentlemen in the room. I have already been introduced. My name is Julius Vigirwa Junjura, and I must say how happy I am for the MC to introduce the other name, Junjura. It's really disturbing some people every time we talk about it. I must say I'm happy. I am the chairman board of directors, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I have been looking around your faces. Majority of you we met last year because Uganda hosted this event. I just followed it up to see how Zambia organizes, whether they'll do it better than us or will be at the same footing and take lessons. You know, back home there was a president whom I will not mention the names. He wedded, and after wedding, because people were happy, you know, the presidential wedding. So on being happy, there was a request that since this function really has been very well done, why don't we repeat it? And the then president just said, because of public demand, I am going to repeat this wedding. And indeed the wedding was repeated, and people enjoyed the second time. So I was seated here thinking perhaps maybe because of this kind of good arrangement, more lessons learned through this arrangement, organization. Since I'm here with my other board member, I was consulting the quorum back home, almost to ask for it the following year, that you come back to Uganda. Now, as I was contemplating on it, the MC surprises me by announcing the next journey to Morocco. Because, you know, we are copying democracy, and democracy is now at it. I will just agree with that. But next time, perhaps in the future, Uganda still demands that you come back. You're great people. I have been given a simple task, but yet very complicated. Because where do I begin and end? But let me begin by appreciating the government of Zambia for this conducive environment which has enabled the conference to happen. And this has been demonstrated by the presence of the two ministers. I listened carefully to the wisdom of the Minister of Finance. He's a real wise man, an elder was with us, and the Minister of Labor. What else can we say beyond that to prove that the government was fully in support of this arrangement? So we want to thank government for supporting this conference and for attending this conference by our leaders. And in addition to our honorable members of parliament, I was asking her jokingly, when is the next elections? She was telling me the next election is going to be there 2026. And I just know the pressure of a member of parliament when it is just 1.5 years to the election. So I just can imagine inviting 3 members of parliament here. The quorum you can only have maybe 1. You will not get them when it is almost the time. But we thank you and your other colleague for being here. Now, let me say I'm also very happy with the APSA leadership. Madam Zereni, you are very exceptional. The smile alone just convinces me to vote you again in the next year. You executive, you have done a tremendous job. Really, to organize this isn't easy. And on your behalf, as participants, I want to thank you, the leadership of APSA, for wonderfully organizing this event. From the diet part of it, we were okay. Yesterday at the cruise, we were okay. The boat cruise, those of us who were there. The hospitality. When it comes to hospitality, there's one thing I observed. Zambian people are like Ugandans. You know, when you see a lady greeting, it's a sign of respect. So that hospitality, wherever you'd go, I can't even mention some other places we have gone, you'll be welcomed. So I am really happy for the hospitality, the whole organization, the whole arrangement made. Thank you very much, team, for this wonderful arrangement. I listened carefully, the CEO, when you are mentioning your sponsors and our sponsors, and just right at the back of your booklet, the names have been put. I'm not going to mention them. I know you'll mention them, but I must say, organizing an event like this, where since I came here I haven't touched my per diem. Must have been by the hand of some people. So thank you very much, the sponsors, for this arrangement. Now, it is the other thing to organize, have money around you, but the participants don't come. Let me, on a special note, thank you, participants, for coming. I think you need to clap for yourselves, because this is a, you know, you are very busy people, you have managed to come, and it is so important that we congratulate you. Not only thanking you for coming, but the participatory approach, the honesty, attendance. I have attended international conferences. What happens the first day, just in the after 2 hours there, some people, especially politicians, they are shopping. We have already left, either in this, either in the other one. So the whips find it very challenging to say it's time. But here, just a mere reminder that we are in. Everybody would come in. So you have really shown high standards of discipline, which is required. You are really, no wonder you are corporate leaders. And thank you for the participation. Sometimes you'll have people presenting, but there's no participation from the audience. So you have been wonderful participants. I want, on your behalf, to thank the moderators and the panelists. All these guys are learned. No wonder the chairperson of APSA mentioned it. Really, Africans were not sort of human resource. These guys can present in any international jurisdiction, and a standing ovation would come. You are really knowledgeable to the subject. I thank you on behalf of the participants. We have gained knowledge, we have gained experience, we have shared. And I can assure you, this knowledge gained here is not just ending here. We are going back, not the same. Your leaders, as we go back, the knowledge will shape the direction and the practices we're going to have back in our homes. as we grow the pension sector. We all have the corporate purpose of just one thing, dignified retirement. In Uganda, I like using the word avoiding old age poverty. But here, consistently, it has been dignified retirement. I've taken that one. So I want to thank you without taking more time, because if you check the dinner, is almost. And I wouldn't want to be seen here like this Ugandan man delayed us to have few changes here and there. And especially the last day, you never know. When you have stayed together for 2-3 days, you need to stay together and together and together and say bye to each other. I must end here. Wish you safe journeys as you go back by His grace. I'm talking about God. I know we shall reach there. Trust me, in the future when we meet, we will be talking a different story given the experience we have gained here. I want to call upon APSA that these meetings will not just remain as rituals. Now this is the leadership side, where we come, enjoy, go back home. I think we might have to copy the element of African Union style, where we provide peer review mechanisms. At the secretariat level, there could be some maybe committee or appointed people who could be visiting countries to assess. So far, since we have now made 5 years, next year is 6, where are we at individual countries? Otherwise, we'll continue speaking good English here. Next year in Morocco, speak good English. Begin giving good stories back home when they are not there. Someone tells you are doing well, but you go back home to check properly. Things are not well. I think somehow, Serena, we may have to develop an approach where you just come to Uganda and see how is NSF doing it. How is Tanzania doing it? How is Rwanda doing it? So that at the end of it all, our purpose is to achieve really real, tangible results out of this. Otherwise, thank you very much. Thank you, the organizers, once again, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jujua. Well, you cannot say you were not warned. I did warn you that for Zambians, hospitality is one of our weaknesses. Yeah, it's almost to a fault. And we were so glad, as I've already said, to have hosted all of you. And glad to hear that many of you have had a wonderful... How many of you came to Zambia for the very first time to this conference? Very first time to Zambia? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We hope it won't be your last. Yeah? And if you decide to stay forever, you're welcome to do so. Just talk to me nicely after this. We can arrange for dual citizenship in Zambia. Well, a lot has been said. There's been a lot of work, a lot of things happening in the background leading to this conference being hosted successfully. And so now let me invite the lady who has been behind it all, the force, the energy, the direction, the supervision, everything. The buck stopped with her. Honorable Jojora, if you want to leave your per diem with anybody, this is the lady who deserves it. Sure. So let's put our hands, ladies and gentlemen, to the Registrar and CEO of PIA.
Well. I was just soaking in, listening to the closing remarks, and it's really so humbling to listen to everybody's feedback. And anyway, allow me to just render my closing remarks.
distinguished guests, it's been a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful 2 days that we've had together. I think, as was said by the UBRA chairperson, certainly the presence, for me, the presence of our two ministers that came to grace this occasion just spoke it all. And clearly it shows and is testament to the support that we get from government. I think, as we've all heard in this conference, we can't do it all. There's a lot that we need to get from our policymakers. So I wish to express my profound gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning and the Minister of Labor and Social Security for gracing this occasion. Allow me to also recognize the presence of our members of parliament. We realize that you are very busy people to catch. When you are not doing business of parliament, you would rather be close to your constituencies. So having you here these 2 days is really testament to your commitment to driving inclusion in the pension sector within your jurisdictions. And so we just want to say thank you so much. To the Board of Directors of the Pensions and Insurance Authority, that is ably led by my board chair, Mr. Peter H. Banda, thank you so much for believing in my team when we brought this idea that Zambia needs to host, because Zambia is one of the founding members of APSA, and clearly it was a bit uncomfortable that we hadn't hosted the APSA conference and we were celebrating the 5th year. So thank you so much for believing and for giving us all the support. I think those of you that are regulators, you know very well that the support of the board is very critical to achieve anything, especially to pull off an event like this, that you put in all your energies, not only from the human resource, because it brings a disruption on your work plan, but also I think from the financial support that we got from the board. So thank you so much, board chair, together with your team. My profound appreciation goes to the moderators. I think we already heard from the previous speakers that they did a fantastic job. I think the panelists themselves, the speakers, I think the progressive ideas that have come through are very instrumental in shaping our pensions industry on this continent. I think we need a standing ovation for the delegates, because when we reflected on those that went to Uganda, we beat the Uganda mark. We had over 180 delegates. Let's all stand for ourselves and clap for ourselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You may be seated. You may be seated. Thank you so much. Sorry, Obra Bochia, I'm not showing off. The figures don't lie. They are speaking for themselves. Thank you so much. A special thanks also goes to our able Master of Ceremonies. I think he kept us awake. He's got a very nice, enticing voice. You can't resist. So thank you so much, Paddy, for coming through and accepting. We know that you're a busy person. You could have chosen to go elsewhere, but you decided to partner with us to have this particular conference a success. I think you will agree with me that every time you go to a restaurant, when we see the food, we're so quick to give a tip to the waiter, to the person that brings and serves you the food. But somebody was in the background and sweating it out. There's always the chef that's in the background and cooking. And sometimes we rarely even see these chefs. We don't thank them enough. I like the restaurant here in the morning when you go for breakfast. You're able to see the chef and you tell him, oh, thank you so much. I enjoyed yesterday's omelette. Because you always thank the person that's serving you. So to pull this off, I know that I'm standing here, but trust me, I didn't sweat it all out on my own. There was a team that was behind this, and it was ably led by Mrs. Sibajene Zulu, who was the organizing chairperson. And I just want to call the PIA team to come forward. Team PIA led by Mrs. Zulu, please come forward. Just in case people haven't seen you, I think please come forward for a second just to thank you. Thank you so much for all the work. Thank you so much, Team PIA. These people that you see here are not event managers. They are not protocol people. These are people that are technical persons. We have analysts here. We have the legal persons that are here. And these are the people that run our technical issues as a mandate as an authority, but they took it all in and they spent a lot of time to put this together. Team PIA, I'm so proud of you, and thank you so much, and let's keep supporting each other. Thank you so much. You may go. Thank you so much. So you will note that in this conference we have, I think other speakers have already spoken to the other issues. We've touched on a lot of issues, increasing pension coverage through micro-pensions. I think it's a conversation that we have. We've already heard enough on that. Improving benefit adequacy or member outcomes through enhanced returns derived from alternative investment. It's a conversation that I continue to have with my brother Philip from the Securities and Exchange Commission. Also leveraging on both fintech and SUPTech to improve delivery of pension products and also streamline our supervisory processes. We have also heard from the various jurisdictions on their interesting journey in embracing sustainable finance and managing the climate-related risks. I think those of you that are seeing the Victoria Falls for the very first time, you probably think that's how it looks, and we photoshopped what is in the backdrop. This is the reality of climate change. If the picture you saw and what it looks like on this backdrop is so different, this is the reality of climate change. And that is why this conversation must be dear to all of us. A call kept coming up throughout the sessions for the need to change legislation. I think as regulators we've been challenged enough, but clearly I think we can all agree that the regulators can only do so much. The Pensions and Insurance Authority has a 5-year strategic plan, and one of our key pillars speaks to stakeholder engagement. And clearly this conference has shown us that it is important to have the stakeholder engagement, otherwise we are not going to achieve anything. And that is why all those that are here as speakers were carefully selected because of the diversity that you bring to an agenda such as ensuring that the financial inclusion is achieved in the pensions sector. And so we take away a lot of food for thoughts. And so as I draw to a conclusion, I just want to continue to remind ourselves that we need to continue to sharpen ourselves. I think the Honorable Board Chair from Uganda said we shouldn't just be a talking shop. And that's one of the issues I was, reflecting on. We are not here to fulfill the adage that when all is said and done, more is said than done. I hope we can defy that, and we should do more rather than talk more. So I hope it's something that we can achieve. Allow me to borrow from the words of Warren Buffett, is one of those that I closely follow. If you aren't willing to own a stock for 10 years, don't even think about owning it for 10 minutes. And so in our context, if we are not willing to take the agenda of pension inclusion further than what we have discussed for 2 days, perhaps we shouldn't even have been here in the first place. So I really think that it's something that should motivate us enough to change the narrative of our markets to ensure that we give a dignified retirement to our citizens. So thank you once again for your unwavering dedication and contribution. Let us continue. I'm taking a pause. I'm on a commercial break. And so I was saying, as I come to a close, I think it's important that we continue on this path of our dedication to do this agenda. And you will note that as APSA, we do have a dedicated secretariat that supports us. And so we can't do the agenda of APSA without our secretariat that is headed by Dr. Shem, who's been very, very committed to this agenda. These are people who have full-time jobs in the Retirement Benefits Authority, but they are here with us. Dr. Shem, please come and join me on stage together with the Secretariat team. Thank you so much. I must also acknowledge that doing anything like this doesn't come cheap. It does cost money, and certainly as APSA, we are indebted to Africa, to Financial Sector Deepening Africa, for the support. They've held us from inception, and they continue to support us. This particular conference, they've been the key sponsors. And so, Dr. Osano, where are you? I would like you to come upstage so that people can just thank you. Okay. Okay, we can have Amos to represent FSD Africa. Please, let's give FSD Africa a resounding applause. So we will continue as APSA Secretariat and Executive. I think this is the Secretariat that is sitting here. We met the Executive earlier on. Madam Chairperson, I think, has been speaking to us. We do have Madam Rita, who is also our Secretary, and the other team that are here in the Secretariat in the Executive. Zambia is Assistant Treasurer in the Executive, so we will continue. And to the Secretariat, thank you so much, gentlemen. I know there's no woman in this team, but we felt the collaboration, the energy is there from you, gentlemen. Let's give them another round of applause as they go off stage. Thank you so much. So yes, all good things do come to an end, and we believe in the law of gravity. What goes up must come down, so we all learned. So I just want to wish you all safe travels as you get back to your destination, and looking forward to seeing you at the next APSA conference, which is going to be held in Morocco. UBRA Board Chair, it is held in Morocco, and if Morocco does a good job, we may just go back to Morocco if they beat Zambia. So you still have a challenge to deal with that. And so with these few remarks, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado, gracias, tuasanta mwane.
Another round of applause for the host, the Registrar and CEO of Pensions and Insurance Authority. I'm sure you're looking forward to sleeping tonight. After weeks of sleepless nights, months actually, of sleepless nights with WhatsApps and emails flying back and forth, agreements, disagreements, tempers being lost. Well, all that now can be put to rest. Congratulations, a big, big congratulations to you, Mrs. Ntini, and your team. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as she has said, everything good must come to an end. Just before I let you go, a few announcements. All the presentations that have been made in this conference, if you look at the back of your... I'm still waiting for that. There's a word that was used for those. What is the word? Who can help? There's someone who mentioned the word. I call them tags, but there's someone who used a very fancy word. Which? Who? The what? Yeah, that one. That's the same one. So at the back of the lanyards, there's a QR code. So if you scan that QR code on your phone, or with your laptop, you should be able to access all the information, all the presentations that have been made. So please do that whenever you have the time to, whenever you want to access all the presentations, all the material from this conference. Secondly, as we go now, for the international delegates that are not housed here at the Radisson Blu, the buses will be leaving immediately after this program. So they will take you to your hotels. And of course, you're not all in one hotel, so they will drop you off in your hotels. They will wait at the last hotel for the guests to go in, freshen up, come back, and then pick up all the delegates as well in the same sequence that they dropped you, so in reverse. So please, as you go, they will drop you off, but they will come back for you and bring you back here for the gala dinner tonight. We were hoping that the return leg could start at 17 hours, which is in just a little over 30 minutes. I don't know how possible that is. But I think we can all just agree to work and move as quickly as we can. Then the airport transfers. We have all your details, but if you need any clarification, any questions, please see Sibajene and Aaron. And if you don't see them, they will engage you just to confirm that all the details of your flights and everything remain the same. For the gala dinner tonight, after the bus has picked you up, before the bus picks you up to bring you back, please make sure that you pick out the invitation card from your conference bags. So the invitation cards were a card was put in each conference bag. So if by human error, maybe one or two bags do not have a card, do let us know quickly so that we can make sure we have one for you as you come back to enjoy the dinner. Dress code tonight is African theme, those that can, or just smart casual, or just want to have a good time together as we close up. And then we will have a group photo with speakers, panelists, and moderators as the last item now. So may I ask that all the speakers, all the panelists, all the moderators, we said about 7-8 sessions by about 5 per session. So looking between 35 and 40. We understand some of them have left, so it'll be probably less than that. So may we ask that all of the speakers, all the panelists, please come forward. We will ask those behind the cameras to help with the arrangements if anything has to be done to accommodate them. But let's get ready. So let me just repeat the first one. All international delegates that are in other hotels and lodges, the buses will take you there and bring you back. So please freshen up as quickly, as briefly as you can, so that you will catch the transport back. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming to Zambia. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here and do have a safe flight back home. So please come on top of the stage, and let's see how we can fit you all here for the group picture. They're taking their time.
Nakulila musoni nobody, nobody. Ondandiza kunchosa mavuto, nobody kwenzebe. So munilebe ngondwele, oh, bangono chabe, munisi ngondwele, oh, bangono chabe. Nakulila musoni nobody, nobody. Ondandiza kunchosa mavuto, nobody. Awe, mafuno kondo. Awe, ni mafuno kondo. Suziba kwenda chokea, nakula na mafuto nebo. Mulumba na nidalisa, mafuno kondo. Suziba kwenda pita nebo, mafuto na bula nayo. Mulumba na nidalisa, mafuno kondo. Talani pansi ni micheze malumu, kwenda choka ni misozi chabe. Talani pansi ni micheze malumu, mwena pita ni misozi chabe. Koma boya bakuna ni bena mozi, chetekelo chabe. Chetekelo changa chanileta ano, chetekelo